going to go over this in the show, but we completely did not and ended up talking about something completely different. Man, I had some stuff that Sean sent me a whole year ago. He was like, oh, CK, I need you to read all this. We're going to go over this on the show. And we ended up, I don't know who the hell, we were beating up somebody. I can't remember who it was. Somebody on some of the...
All right, we're doing it now. Let's go. You see this?
In all fairness, though, CK, you did not read that lady's bio. The other day, you were supposed to read the lady's bio. You didn't read that. I'm just being fair, though. But let's move on.
He hit you with the left. I'm trying to save you. All right, come on. Where you at, CK? You see it? Got the screen? Well, she just died. Where you at, CK?
She cussing Corey out on mute.
Oh man, you're on mute.
Yeah, I'm sure she probably. I'm sure she's cussing me out.
Yes, I'm cussing your ass out.
All right, come on. Let's read that. Come on, let's go. We want to show the difference between, and I'm bringing this up right now because Rockmine and the conscious community, they all want to be naturopathic doctors. That's what they want to be. KT the Arts degree. Minister Stinky Inky, Ali Baba Muhammad, Dr. Philgood Valentine, Dr. Sabi. They all want to be naturopathic doctors. So let's see exactly what a real licensed naturopathic doctor is. Divine Prospect. You know what I'm saying? They all want to be this. So let's see what it really takes to be this. If they really so much cared about the general health of our community, they would actually be a naturopathic doctor, y'all. See, we're going to expose them for the frauds that they are. Here you go. Go ahead, CK. Start them off.
I'm going to beat y'all all up.
All right.
Anyways, I forgot what was the name of the association. This is the Association of Accredited Naturopathic Medical Colleges. Mm-hmm. Shockingly, they have actual colleges to give people degrees in this craziness. But anyways, I digress.
Yeah, this article's from. Watch this. This ain't crazy though, but watch. Let's see. If we can.
I don't know about all that.
Let's see what they gotta do. Go.
Anyways, so this article is from about a year ago. If y'all want this article, I can drop this in the chat. I think I already put it in the Pseudo Killer Discord server. I'm not quite sure. If not, I'll put it in there too. I'll put it in the anti-vax channel. But this is the difference between traditional naturopath and a licensed naturopathic doctor in North America.
Yep.
So it starts off here. Having a career as a licensed naturopathic doctor is exciting and rewarding. However, choosing what type of educational program to enroll in is often a confusing decision for many potential students who come across numerous different types of naturopathic doctor and naturopathy programs advertised. How do you choose the right one for you? Some schools offer online or correspondence programs, while others are accredited 4-year in residency medical schools. With all of the programs out there, it is important to know that not all naturopathic doctor programs are created equal, and that graduates of these programs leave with varied degrees and certificate titles and professional training, which can create confusion for patients. This is especially true when it comes to knowing the difference between a traditional naturopath and a licensed naturopathic doctor and physician in North America.
Indeed.
So,
go ahead.
Yeah, specifically, we talking about North America. So, what is the difference between? Yeah, because I think this association originally started in Canada, didn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah,
watch
all these pseudo-behind groups start in Canada. So, boom. So let's get down to the nitty-gritty of it. So, what is the difference between a traditional naturopath and a licensed naturopathic doctor? Okay. While both traditional naturopaths and licensed naturopathic doctors aim to help the body heal through natural substances such as food, herbs, and water, their education is very different and their scope of practice and regulatory status varies from state to state, and province to province. And in some states or provinces, there are not yet any regulations pertaining any type of naturopathic practices. The titles traditional naturopath and naturopathic doctor or naturopathic physician are not interchangeable.
All right, so hold on. They not interchangeable.
Hold on, can you
They
back
need to
up
just
a little
call it
bit,
something different.
CK, to the where you just read about the go back a little bit.
On the screen sharing.
Right here? Where you want to go back to?
She was talking about the regulations. I was listening. I wasn't reading along. It was the last sentence where she was talking about regulations.
I literally just got through reading the first paragraph, so I didn't get far.
Mm-hmm.
Right here. Here you go. Herbs, water, right here. Regulations pertaining to any type of naturopathic, right there.
Yeah,
he's talking about the regulatory status.
And some say, and unless you want to read it all.
Basically,
just read it.
I want you to. Oh, okay. So just to repeat this again, just to make sure y'all heard me clearly. While both traditional naturopaths and licensed naturopathic doctors aim to help the body heal through natural substances such as food, herbs, and water, their education is very different and their scope of practice and regulatory status vary from state to state and province to province. In some states and provinces, there are not yet any regulations pertaining to any type of naturopathic practice.
Okay, stop right there. So it's a lot of states out there. What they're saying is they don't have any checks and balances on what the hell these naturopathic people doing. So meanwhile, y'all talking about, we don't know the long-term effects of the vaccine. They ain't even regulate. They don't even have a check and a system to do checks and balances on a system, on a regulatory system. They don't have a third party looking at what these fools is putting out. But go ahead and continue reading.
Yeah, man, selling you pills and these people selling you pills and roots, and you don't know what the long-term effects of these people, what they putting in their damn roots and stuff. Man, you don't know. I don't forgot where the heck I was at.
Right here. Right here.
Ain't no guardrails up. They just running which way
I remember.
they feel like.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
Got it. So I finished that first paragraph and I was on the second paragraph for this first part. So boom, the titles, traditional naturopath and naturopathic doctor or naturopathic physician are not interchangeable. A licensed naturopathic doctor is a primary care physician who is trained to diagnose and prescribe, while a traditional naturopath is not able to do either. In some states.
Hold on, say that again. A naturopathic doctor, we call him an ND or NMD. So
yeah, an NMD.
Anybody on this, right? If a person had a ND or a NMD, I'm fucking with you. Brother Unc is fucking with you all the way. I'm not going to debate you. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm with you. But watch this. Keep going.
Got you. I forgot where I was at.
It's a primary care physician.
Yeah, so a licensed naturopathic doctor is a primary care physician who is trained to diagnose and prescribe, while a traditional naturopath is not able to do either. In some states.
We starting to see the difference. So watch this. A physician who is trained to diagnose and prescribe. So a ND or MND, a primary care physician who is trained to diagnose and prescribe, while traditional naturopaths is not able to do either. But keep going. It's going to get real good. Go ahead.
Yeah. So in some states where naturopathic medicine is not yet a regulated medical profession, a traditional naturopath may on his or her own choose to use the title naturopathic doctor, which is like, slippery slope.
Slippery slope.
Man, I feel like all the shit is pseudo, but whatever.
No, so which is like a regulated profession to begin with. There's just
I just don't trust them,
putting that out there. It is not a regulated profession. You just read that, CK. I just wanted you to know you just read that. Go ahead.
Hey, Corey, this is that's regulated, bro. You gonna see why?
By who?
No, everybody be look.
Go ahead. Start over what you just read.
Okay.
CK. Go ahead.
I'm on my A. I'm trying to tell you, watch. Go ahead.
In some states where naturopathic medicine is not yet a regulated medical profession, a traditional naturopath may on his or her own choose to use the title naturopathic doctor, which is likely to be confusing to patients looking for a licensed naturopathic doctor.
So right there, this licensed is regulated. But watch this. Here we go. Let's look at this. Let's go. What you got here? You got this chart on here. Let's go.
Yeah, so we got this cool looking chart here. I think it's really important to go over it real quick. You know what I mean? It goes in between the difference between the licensed naturopathic doctor on the left and the traditional naturopath on the right. So on the left, you know, you can tell that the licensed one, they're a physician who is trained to diagnose and prevent and treat acute and chronic illnesses. The traditional one, you know what I mean? These people are health consultants. They're wellness coaches, but they may not diagnose or treat. This is the whole Dr. Sebi situation. Dr. Sebi was not a doctor. This dude was a naturopath. He was a consultant. He was a wellness coach. He cannot diagnose or treat illnesses. So we're back to the license on the left side. The licensed naturopathic doctor, they have to get over 4,100 hours of instruction.
They got to have what?
4,100 hours of instruction.
Okay.
So somebody is teaching them. And then on the right, you have the traditional naturopath. They just take classes that are mostly online. So
getting there. Keep going.
This gets into that credentialism that I went over in the Appeal to Authority video I did for the pseudo killers about a month ago. You got this this class or this correspondent course is being taught by somebody, and then you get this little certificate. But they may not be credible themselves. So we back on the left with the traditional naturopathic doctor. Mm-hmm. They are graduates from a 4-year in-residency doctoral degree program accredited by a Council on Naturopathic Medical Education, which is recognized by the United States Department of Education.
Okay, so we getting into it. They graduated from a 4-year in-resident doctoral degree program accredited by the WHO, the Council on Naturopathic Medicine, right, which is recognized by the U.S. Department of Education. On the other side, no standard curriculum, and the schools are not accredited by the CNME. What's the next one? 1,200 hours, right, of supervised handling of clinical training. On the other hand, no standard site clinical training. Remember, on the quote-unquote right side, that's your Dr. Sebi and the boys. Keep going, CK. Watch this.
Got you. So for the last point with the licensed the licensed naturopathic doctor, these aren't medical doctors, you know, you can work in a private or a group practice, integrative oncology care, hospitals, medical schools, and some governmental organizations. Now, for the traditional naturopaths, the ones that's learning in the online courses, they are not eligible to write the NPLEX national board exam or obtain license to practice in the U.S.
Okay, so you can work in some hospitals. See, now the rubber's starting to meet the road. Let's keep reading here. So and then you start to ask yourself, how come these guys in the conscious community aren't doing this? If they really if they really wanted to do the natural thing, then why ain't they doing the damn natural thing? Okay, keep going. What is the education of a licensed naturopathic doctor? Let's see.
Now, hold up. There's one last thing at the end of that poster. It says for both of these two groups, they may take classes in botanical medicine and homeopathy, but are able to see clients in unregulated states and provinces.
Go.
So take your risk.
Don't fuck with the unlicensed people. That's plain and simple. How about that?
How about neither?
Corey is talking about the regulations. Like you need to deal with regulations to put some daggone, what you say, Corey, to put some daggone bumpers or some kind of guide rails on you. The license is the guide rail, but go ahead.
Yeah, they well, and they can be licensed, right? And see what the license does is it gives them a piece of something to show you that they got the credit, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, without being regulated, there's no bumper, there's no rails to keep them in the boundaries. You know what I'm saying?
Let's see.
So ain't they going above and beyond. Who's to say they ain't talking shit?
We're gonna
they ain't
find
supposed
out.
to be. You know what I'm saying? Because it ain't nobody there regulated.
It is regulated. But watch this.
I mean?
We're gonna see. Watch this. It is regulated.
I don't know. They're saying it ain't regulated.
No, it's accredited. You know what accredited is, though, right?
I'm not saying they ain't accredited, or I understand they got license, right?
How do you get credited?
That's what make them credible.
No, how do you get accredited, though?
That's what's gonna make you go to.
No. How do you get accredited, though?
They would have to get approved through a government apparatus.
I understand what you're saying. Yeah,
by the government.
Huh?
But what I'm saying though, is ain't nobody watching them.
That's not the truth.
They did all.
How you gonna be in
in order to go to school? No, listen. If you work in the hospital, yeah, you got to work by the hospital guideline. But if you got your own office in some state and you claiming to be some homeopathic dude, you can go in that office and you can tell anybody anything you want to. All the shit that they said you ain't supposed to be telling them. You know what I'm saying? Because ain't nobody regulating. All right,
Corey, let's see what you got to have, though, Corey. Let's do this. I ain't trying to get you, Corey.
Look, hold on. Let me finish. Let me explain where I'm at because I think you're missing me. What I'm saying is I understand that when they went to school, they did everything they were supposed to do. They got a bachelor's degree. They had to go to school for 4 years. So that means they got a bachelor's degree. And they did all.
And they had to go another 4 years, Corey.
Okay, so they got
8 years, dog. Like I said, doctors like. No, go ahead. I'm gonna let you go ahead.
I understand that. I'm with you. They did everything they were supposed to do. I'm with you on that. Once they graduate and they not working at a hospital, and then I understand when you say they can work at a hospital. Yeah, they got there's regulations at a hospital. They within a private company there, or either a government company. Either way, they got to go by their regulations if they in a building. But what I'm saying is when they have their own practice, in some states, they just said that they have no regulations. Ain't nobody watching over them. There is no guidelines. It's no manual for somebody to go through and say, look, this is what you can do. This is what you can't do. This is how many people need to be in your office. This is how many patients you can see a day. This is what, you know what I'm saying? Like all of the different regulations that everybody else have to go through, they don't have that on them. So that's all I just want to put out there. I'm not saying they didn't go through the right school and get accredited at the right school. They did that. But what I'm saying is they ain't being regulated once they get out on their own and their own practice. That's it.
So you do know your license actually regulates you. So if you got a barber license, there are certain things you can do or cannot do, or you will lose your license. Okay, so keep reading though. Let's go, because it's gonna get good.
It's somebody that comes through and check all that, right? So it's a regulatory system,
right,
that come through and check each barbershop where they can pop up just like the daycares.
So you don't think they do that? You don't think they do that? You ain't read the thing yet, yo, to even make a determination on that quite yet. Let me finish though, and then
the state board. So if they ain't got regulate, they said they don't.
No, they didn't say that. Ain't what it said. You misread. It didn't say that. Watch, you gonna see.
I'm wrong. Go ahead.
Let me get through. You beat me up before we get through, yo. I don't want you fall flat on your face, yo. I'm trying to help you, yo. I'm trying to give you the daggone light.
If I dove out the window, then
you free falling right now. I'm trying to save you, yo.
Close the window. We closing the window, bro.
No parachute. No parachute.
I'm trying to throw your parachute, yo. Watch what the nigga.
Sometimes you gotta let a nigga hit the ground, you know what I mean?
Nigga jumped out of like Captain America.
Man, bump on. I am on Corey's side. Bump these people.
I just want to know if you saw them sources about Elijah Muhammad though.
Let's deal with one first.
With them legitimate terms.
Come on.
One thing at a time. One thing at a
Oh,
time.
my
One
bad.
thing
My
at a
bad.
time.
Ain't my turn yet. My bad.
No, can't we?
Okay, let me go back in the cut. But them sources is in there, Ramon. Just in case you
Y'all funny, man. Go ahead. Beat me up, though, man.
No, I want to read it because I heard some doctors, legitimate doctors like, y'all better leave them NDs alone. They fucking medical. They was crazy, yo. It was bananas, yo. I promise you, yo. It was like, what? They fucking medical doc. All right, watch this. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I'm a semi-agree with Corey because at the beginning, I'm just saying one quick thing. I'm just saying.
Y'all messing up the article. CK, you read it.
It said that the regulation, it varies from state to state. Not that there is no regulation, is that the shit ain't fucking consistent.
Nah, that ain't what it said. Different state, that's what.
If it varies, that's not consistent.
It is. Listen. Like, all right, with barbering, the state guidelines in Maryland is different from Pennsylvania.
Right.
But they both got regulatory systems now. It's just like your Department of Motor Vehicles, right? That shit is different from state to state. But all of driving is still regulated in every state.
But what she read was they said that some states had no regulatory system.
We ain't talking about that.
But a stop sign is still a stop sign.
It's still not consistent.
A yield sign is still a yield sign, no matter what state you're in.
Yeah. The FDA is regulated over the entire United States.
Hold on, we're gonna go back up to this. Here y'all go. Let's read.
He said a yield sign is still a yield sign in every state. That's true. That's
Department of Transportation.
Yeah, that's with the signs. I'm talking about, whether to have
But on your test, you still have to recognize it on the test.
Certain states don't require emissions, things like that.
But you still have to recognize the yield sign on every driver's license test.
Your insurance, you know what I mean? Whether you gotta, like in Maryland, you gotta have your insurance card in your car. If you go to Pennsylvania, they don't require, like, you see what I'm saying?
All right, let me say this. Do y'all know what an in-resident medical school is? Are y'all serious right now, yo?
Yes. That's what I used to do. Go ahead.
We just don't trust them, That's all. We just don't trust them.
Wait, hold on. Where's the statement at? Did he say read again? We're going to read it again for him. It says...
It's in the first paragraph.
Yeah, this is especially true when it comes to knowing different between... Where up here, school, where? Okay, while traditional and both way doctors help the body health errors and the scope practices. Okay, it says, look, while both traditional naturopath, so they talking about both traditional naturopath and licensed naturopath doctors, because they are doctors, no matter what y'all say, aim to help the body heal through natural substances such as food, herbs, water, and education is very different. And their scope of practice and regulatory status vary from state to state and province to province. And in some states and provinces, there are not yet any regulatory pertaining to any types of naturopathic. So there's cities in the United States, right, that don't even care if you have a life, because they ain't fucking with it right now.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
So listen, let me break
That's a red flag.
That was my whole argument.
Man, y'all cannot cut me off. Listen, so I'm saying, if you in the state that don't fuck with them niggas. Only deal with the states that has licenses. And I'm
Come on, you don't see that as problematic?
No, it's not. The marijuana is some places legal, some places. No,
man, fuck marijuana. The FDA regulates food in the entire United States. We're not finna regulate it in Florida. Oh no, you know what? Who gives a fuck about Georgia?
Y'all really messing this up.
I know y'all messing it up, yo.
Really
you killing me, yo.
Man, this is inconsistent. I don't trust it. So
No, I'm done. My point is made. I'm done with it. I don't already.
That's all. I'm on Corey's side.
I wasn't saying like it's all of them.
CK, I cannot believe you just dove out the window. I'm gonna let you hit the concrete.
I didn't say that it's entirely bad. I just said I don't 100% trust
No,
them.
you dove out the daggone thing. They got medical residencies. That means they asked, do you know what that means? When you in the hospital walking with doctors. Like, stop it.
Yeah,
Come on,
MD,
man.
that MD is important. That MD on there.
It's an ND and an MD.
Yeah.
And you're bound by the same regulations. Bound by the same regulations that every doctor.
Yeah, just in some states you can't tell which one is which because it's not being regulated
That's
there.
why, listen.
Yeah, the states that is not being regulated in, they not accepting it, meaning you can't do that shit there. That's what it's saying.
Yeah, it's a bit problematic.
How?
No,
I'll never go through
They trying to kill you, CK.
They can kill me if they want to. I'm saying that is problematic. You don't see some states saying that, hey, this person that went to go become a physician to repair a heart, oh, we don't accept your degree over here. You know what I mean?
A doctor ain't doing that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that as an example. Like, people that
a naturopathic doctor ain't fucking with your heart.
Yeah, we're doing ourselves an injustice right now. Let's finish the document.
Read the article.
And let's finish it.
I already read it.
You didn't understand what you read because I'm gonna finish.
I didn't say I didn't understand it. I said, I read it. I see that they did all of that. I still don't trust these motherflowers.
Do you know they doctors?
That's me personally. I'm not saying y'all shouldn't trust them. I said I don't.
It's just
That's fine. That's fine.
You have a right to your opinion.
It's my opinion.
All right, let's get
It's
to
not
it.
factual. I never said it was a fact.
Let's get to it.
So let us continue after that brief intermission. What is the education of a licensed naturopathic doctor? After obtaining a bachelor's degree, a naturopathic medical student in the United States or Canada attends a 4-year professional in-residency doctoral program accredited by the Council on Naturopathic Medical Education.
Hey, CK, stop right there, yo. Do you want to read that again, yo, or you just going to concede?
No.
Choice is yours.
I mean, I'm not going to concede on my personal opinion, son. It's my opinion.
I concede I was wrong, like we tell everybody when we wrong.
I didn't say they weren't accredited. I didn't say none of that stuff.
No, read this statement again, CK. Please read it again. Where are we at?
Yo, I already read this article twice because we were supposed to read it Saturday.
CK.
I didn't say I didn't understand it. I do understand it. I just don't trust these people, yo.
CK, read the statement again.
Who's accrediting them? The Council on Naturopathic Medical Education. Good for them.
CK, we cannot fight live on air about some shit you ain't studied yet. That's crazy to me, yo.
I didn't say yo, you're doing too much. It's my opinion. You know the difference between an opinion and a fact? I never said it was factual. I said, yo, my opinion, I don't trust these dudes. That's it.
Why can't we just reserve?
Why are we arguing about my opinion that's not factual?
I know, but we're not giving our opinions on this show. We let the experts rock, yo. Our opinion don't mean shit on the show. Your opinion means nothing because you can't source your opinion.
Exactly.
Right? These are the rules of engagement that we must follow. We mean you cannot argue over a thing that we ain't even finished yet. And then you beat me up and you won't reread that statement. You know why you don't read that statement again? Because the statement proves you dove out the window and you just hit the concrete. I wasn't trying to make you hit the concrete.
No, I didn't.
I did. Read the statement again.
I didn't because, like I said for the millionth time, it is my personal opinion.
All right, okay, well, let's stay away from
we are arguing over my personal opinion.
Let's stay away from
it's not factual. Opinion. If somebody say, hey, CK, that's not factual, they did X, Y, and Z, I'd be like, okay, cool. I still don't trust them.
Can you do me a favor? Going forward, can you not just argue me with your opinion, please?
You arguing with me over my opinion. You could have just been like, okay, you know what, CK, that's your opinion. Let's finish reading what we talking about here.
I said it like an hour ago. I've been trying to just read it. I swear, yo, I didn't want to argue. I argue with you Friday and I feel bad. I don't want to beat you up like this live on air. It's not good for the women's community and it's not good for just watching a man beat up a sister. Although you like to get it in rough on this motherfucker. That's the truth. So don't nobody be feeling sorry for CK because she loves
Ain't no reason to.
I'm with you. But I'm saying I'm talking.
And all the pseudos can have all the opinion on the world, but CK the poet can't have this one fucking opinion.
We can't follow pseudo.
Goodness.
CK, you's a pseudo killer though.
Yeah,
I am, but that don't mean, yo, there's always gonna be something I disagree with. Yo, I'm not finna agree with something just because y'all agree with it.
But
Yo, I'm telling you, I just don't trust them.
You sound like
I don't trust them. In the back of my head, my confirmation biases. If I had to interact with one of these people, I'll be looking at them like, yo, I don't 100% trust you. That's how I'm gonna feel.
Look, what I'm saying, CK, why don't we read this and then come up with what we think about it? Like, we don't even know. Yo, we're reading through it together all for the first time. And you already is doubling down on you don't agree with it.
No, you're misunderstanding. I'm not saying this information is wrong or nothing like that. I'm just saying, like, yo, I don't trust these people. That's just it. That's just how I feel. That's it. That's it.
If they are what MDs, if they come into your hospital room, right, with your medical doctor, right, he's a doctor too. What they're going to give two ways to deal with your ailment. One gonna give you the medicine through the pharmaceuticals and how they gonna treat it. The other one is gonna give you a natural way. You know what I mean? So you're not gonna listen to him. And the doctor, your MD is not.
Yo, why are we arguing over this? Like, why y'all couldn't just say, okay, CK, you know what, that's how you feel. Boom. You know what? Feel how you feel. Let's move on.
I did, CK. Let's move on. 25 minutes ago, CK.
We still arguing. Like, do you want me to read this or not? I started reading and you stopped me. You stopped me to make me reread that and to try to argue with my flipping opinion.
No, CK.
I tried to make you read this a long time ago, but I made you stop when you was reading just to get in on you about your opinion that you just got through saying after we said we were going to continue reading stuff.
Hey, we got to continue with the show.
Yeah, we got to continue. We got to continue.
Hey, about these
teenagers, though.
Just stop.
Yo, y'all doing too much.
Please just read. Please read. I'm interested. You got me interested.
About these teenagers, though.
Goodness. Is everyone ready?
The side effects of the vaccine.
Yeah. Can you excuse her, please? It's the best side effect of the vaccine. Please excuse me. So, okay, listen, CK, let's go. Right here.
Goodness, y'all doing too much.
Hold on.
We love
everybody
you,
move out the way. Move out the way.
We love you, CK. We love you, CK.
Goodness.
We love
you, please.
Yeah, we love you.
Anyways, like I was saying before, I was so rudely flipping interrupted.
CK,
what is...
I want to highlight...
Get them mother flowers, CK.
Yeah, relax. I want to highlight something. Right? Because if somebody sitting in that audience saying, man, they ain't letting CK talk. Man, CK right. It says right here, after obtaining a bachelor's degree, right? You got to have a bachelor's degree, first of all. So on the pseudo killers, we respect education. So when you say, I don't trust the mother flowers, one, you're saying now all of a sudden you don't trust science because of a word called naturopathic doctor. You know, that's why you ain't trusting it. You ain't trusting science. And then you're not trusting the educational system. Because right here, you got to, after obtaining the bachelor's degree, right, a naturopathic medical student in the United States or Canada, right? Watch this. You have to attend a 4-year professional in residence doctoral program.
I hit the mute button, Corey.
Hey, Corey, you got to hit the mute button. Corey, hit the mute button.
Yo, running the
daycare. Devil's a liar, yo. God, dang. I had to go to the devil's a liar. We can't even get through this. So here you go. Look, listen. After you have a bachelor's degree, does everybody agree with bachelor's degrees in this motherfucker? That's a 4-year degree. Am I just tripping?
Yeah.
So I don't trust them. It's the wrong statement for niggas like us who always advocate science. Okay? Watch this. A naturopathic medical student in the United States or Canada attends Look, y'all, a 4-year residential, a professional now, in resident doctoral program accredited by the Council of Naturopathic Medicine and Education. These dudes is doctors, man. It says the CNME is recognized as an accredited body by the United States Department of Education, and it is the only accredited body for naturopathic medicine programs in the U.S. and Canada that qualifies graduates for licensure. Students from accredited naturopathic medicine schools complete more than 4,100 contact hours of instruction, including at least 1,200 hours of supervised hands-on clinical training. The school's evidence-informed, what's this? Curricula. The school's evidence-informed curricula consists of, come on, y'all, what is it?
Biomedical sciences. Yeah.
So now we don't trust bioscience, y'all? Hold on. Including what? Anatomy with cardiovasculars.
The cadaver lab. Yeah.
Come on, dude. Look. Physiology. Biochemistry. Look, microbiology. Now watch this. It's why she's flat on her face on the concrete right now. She did it. I mean, what's this? What that say?
Immunology.
And what's this, y'all? Embryology. Similar to conventional medical schools. Dude, as well as clinical medicine, homeopathy, look, botanical medicines, lifestyle management, nutrition, what's this? Pharmacology, radiology, physical medicine. Physical medicine. Look, after you did all that shit, additionally, the curriculum includes specialized classes in such areas as what, y'all?
Pediatrics, fibromyalgia, oncology.
What else?
Sports medicine.
Some schools also offer what? Options to study what? Asian medicine. Acupuncture, which enables graduates to become licensed acupuncturists and additional license. Look, come on, man. Watch this. In order to become a licensed naturopathic medical graduate, must also pass a 2-part national board exam by naturopathic physician's license exam, which NPLEX, okay, which consists of biomedical science, clinical medicine portions. It says some licensed students go on to complete postdoctoral. Do y'all know what the fuck a postdoctoral residence is?
Yep, they become specialists and doctors
in healthcare facilities across North America. Currently, look at this. This is some piling on now, but I can't fucking help it. Got me hyped up. Currently, there are 6 accredited naturopathic medical programs across the North United campuses. And these are regulated in 22 and 5 provinces, as well as District of Columbia, Virginia, and Laos, Puerto Rico. In some, in some of these states, the provinces licensed NDs are able to prescribe pharmaceuticals. Come on, man. Administer what, y'all?
Vaccinations.
Administer what?
Vaccines.
And perform
what? Do what?
Yeah.
Minor surgery.
That's serious. Yeah, that's serious.
As well as order lab diagnosis, imagery, food, look at the sensitivity test. NDs follow different career paths and work. Man, come on, man. Come on, man.
Yeah, that ain't your Dr. Sebi. That ain't your Dr. Sebi right there.
Wait. I ain't finished yet. I want a statement from these niggas on vaccines. Would they have a statement on this for vaccines? Well, let's see.
Dr. Sebi damn sure wasn't a naturopath.
But that's what the NPLEX regulates.
What does say here?
I gotta come into my laptop so I can be seeing it.
But that's what the NPLEX regulates as well, Brother Art.
Yeah, American Association of Naturopathic Physicians.
Yeah, they regulate all the medication, over-the-counter drugs and stuff like that, and the administration of them. Yeah.
You think they're gonna have some can Dr. Sebi go write a script?
Hell no.
Can Blue
They
Pill
didn't,
and Real
so-
Pill go write a script?
No, when we were saying naturopathic, we was using that too loosely. Quacks under that.
Right.
Yeah.
What Dr. Sabi and them wasn't natural bags.
Right, they was on some bullshit.
They didn't have the MD behind it.
Now watch this. Overview of naturopathic medicine and vaccinations. So let's see what a ND or NMD says about vaccines. Vaccines are what's the international public health impact by significantly doing what, y'all? Reducing morbidity and mortality from vaccine preventable diseases. Somebody want to read the next line for me?
I'm gonna say this.
Vaccines are scientifically sound and effective modality, and are used by naturopathic physicians for the prevention of infectious diseases.
Stop. What the fuck is these niggas doing to our community, dog?
Look at that. Look
Trying to
at
kill
that
us.
paragraph, though.
Dr. Sabi was a witch doctor.
They're trying to kill us.
Look at the third paragraph.
Listen,
That third paragraph will kill him.
Look, man.
Kill him.
Public health workers are natural allies of a naturopathic profession and vice versa with large overlap. Look at this, man. Like naturopathic physicians understand the incidence of vaccine preventable disease would increase if current vaccination programs were not followed.
Damn.
Dude, like who are we sitting amongst? Watch this. Naturopathic physicians are strong advocates. Naturopathic physicians are strong advocates of preventive medicine and protecting children and adults from adverse consequences of infectious disease. And vaccinations is included under the naturopathic what?
Precept of prevention. Yeah.
Come on, y'all. Naturopathic physicians are morally obligated and legally mandated to carry out public health laws, including those with respect to vaccinations. Vaccinations contribute to less what?
Utilization.
Less utilization of medications and invasive treatments for complications of vaccines, preventable disease, and supported by the naturopathic profession. Precept. I can't even see. First do no harm.
I can make it bigger. Go ahead. Where you at?
Wait, see, what is it? Do no harm? You got to go up some. Yeah. The AANP Scientific Affairs Committee has reviewed vaccine research and concluded that the current Center of Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, recommended vaccination schedule is based on around science and should serve as the main guidance.
Sound science.
Yeah, sound science and should serve as main guidance on vaccine administration.
It is well documented that communities with lower rates of vaccinations may suffer outbreaks of vaccine preventable diseases, including significant morbidity and mortality.
Damn.
Come on, yo. Where we at? The naturopathic precept of doctors as teacher directs naturopathic physicians to provide unbiased, complete information to patients and parents about vaccinations. Okay, there is currently no directive evidence supporting
any particular alternative vaccination schedule. More than 10% of families may be using alternative vaccination schedules. It would be preferable to follow an alternative vaccination schedule rather than avoid vaccinations altogether.
What? Read that again so they can hear that last part.
Be preferable.
It'd be preferable to follow our alternative vaccine schedule rather than avoid vaccinations altogether.
My.
So, man, listen, man, I'm gonna stop right here.
Right. That killed it all right there.
And I'm just saying, dude, like I don't just dive on this motherfucker without doing my research. Because I've been doing this for a while. And I just know better than to do that. You know what I mean? I know our people like natural type shit. So then I'm supposed to bring the best natural type shit. Simple as that. So if y'all want to go that route, make sure somebody is an ND or an NMD. As simple as that. Don't play with these coops out here, these witch doctors. Right? Like, don't do it to yourself. If y'all just feel like y'all need the natural thing, I get it, dog. Like, I support y'all in your endeavors. But make sure that these people got an ND or NMD behind their damn name and a license. That's all I want to say. I see, where you at, CK? You gone? You want to say something, CK?
What is there to say?
What? I was wrong, Uncle.
But we really still sit.
Yeah,
I thought you said you was done trying to argue with me over an opinion, son.
Do you trust science or not? See, you either do or you don't.
I never said I didn't trust science. We literally are arguing over my opinion. Okay, and just to make it clear, do people's opinions change over time, Unc?
Yeah, but they don't fight you first, though.
And I ain't there yet. Maybe later on, my opinion might change. But for right now, I am hanging back until they are regulated in all of the United States. When they get there, then I'll feel a little bit comfortable. I'll ease up.
You kind of misread that, though. You should understand how the government... Julana, did you want to say something? Juju, you want to say something? Nope, I guess not. Go ahead, Savio. You want to say something?
Nah, I just wanted to say that was some good information. Peace, everybody. I like what I just read because it kind of I was just having an argument or a conversation with a pseudo who.
All I wanted to say, yes, I'm here, sir. All I wanted to say is that
delay or something.
Go ahead, Juju.
On that.
Either she gone or she got a crazy delay.
I don't know what happened, but I just know I think I'm gonna need that source because I was just having an argument with some guy who was trying to tell some people at the store that the coronavirus is fake.
You can hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
So I just want to, can you hear me? Is there a delay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, there's a delay.
Well, I just wanted to reiterate to everyone, including Raman, that, this is a scholarship channel. 1, 2, science will always win. 3, we're here to teach, and it's okay to say you don't know. I'm particularly here to learn. Let me rephrase that. But this is what this is for, to vet everything coming in and to analyze it and make sure that we are going with things that are best for us to move forward and that are advantageous, especially when it comes to our health and our lives. So I want to continue to make this more of a scholarship channel in its decorum and in its tact. We've done some amazing shows lately, having scientists and doctors on to back us up with, sound research methodology and empirical data. So I don't understand, the issues that people are having. All these suggestions that are being made, with the homeopathic health and all that's great. Most people know that I'm into that. I'm a vegan. I was a Dr. Sebi follower. I will never disrespect that man's name, even though he was wrong. I can admit that. And when you know better, you do better. So here I am. And I just want that to be, a testament to others. Okay. We don't have to stand on one spot. We have to continue to evolve and move forward, even with the information, even with the science. So let that be known. So again, we about that scholarship. You can either source up or shut up, but don't come here getting mad because then you're going to get checked. Thank you. Habibi Fahoudier.
So,
hold on, man. But about the illegitimate churn from Elijah Muhammad, we just going to leave that in the air.
No, we're going to finish
teenagers alone, man. Brother Roman.
I don't know where
he gone now.
I think he gone. No, he ain't gone. He can ready to get you. We ain't gonna let y'all battle him.
Can I slide this in?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just slide this in. Is that Moderna and Pfizer are working the booster shot, which is the second shot, to make sure that it covers the new variants that exist out there. So the booster shot, which helps increase efficacy, right? Brings it up to a level for the flow, right? It's going to work against the new variant. However, they are doing tests right now because with an mRNA vaccine, you can go in there, change the molecular structure to deal with the new variant, and poof, there you have it. So they're looking to do that in the booster shot.
Sean.
Glad you brought that up, Sean, because I just got that information too. I did. Yeah, it's dealing with the South African information. South African.
So y'all know what this means, right? Y'all know what this means, right? That these vaccines was made with evolution in mind. I just want y'all to know that. The medicine is evolutionary minded. Simple as that. And that's important to understand that. That going forward, all medicine has to be evolutionary minded. When they penicillin and all that was put together, it wasn't made with evolution in mind. It wasn't evolutionary minded. Simple as that. Because now a lot of that shit is becoming resistant to that. You know what I'm saying? So once your medicine gets on par and medicine must be evolutionary minded. And Moderna and Pfizer, they're proving that the vaccine that they have produced is produced with evolution in mind. And I said it early in the game. I said, yo, they gonna be able to tweak that, yo. And that's what they're doing. Like you said, Sean, like we cannot follow these cracks. If y'all want to play naturopathic, yo, fuck with an ND and an MD, because they're gonna make sure you up on your vaccines, yo. Like these dudes go to school for 8 years. 8 years. And they have concluded that vaccines, you know what I'm saying, is the way to go. I read the daggone statement, like, y'all gotta stop playing with this, yo. So I'ma always give you some alternative. So since y'all wanna play the natural thing all the way, fuck with an ND. Simple as that.
They're gonna tell them
Can I read, I wanna read this, it's from the they gave me a little sheet after I got my vaccine. It's kind of pertaining to what Sean said. And it says, Moderna is confident that the vaccine will provide protection against mutated strands of COVID-19. Tests are being done to determine the amount of protection the vaccine will have against mutated strands of COVID-19. I just wanted to read that for y'all. Like,
read it again, Corey.
It says, Moderna is confident that the vaccine will provide protection against mutated strands of COVID-19. Tests are being done to determine the amount of protection the vaccine will provide.
See, that's a deep statement. And even with that statement, right, they're open to tweaking the goddamn next shot. That's why we mess with science.
Well, they was already ready. This goes to what you were saying. They was already ready for it to be mutated. You know what I'm saying? It was made that way. But go ahead, y'all. Go ahead.
And that's well, hold on, Fabio. Because they expected it to mutate. Again, for the record, Israel is leading the vaccination campaign. For the record, they are experiencing great promise from the mRNA vaccine, which they are administering to the people of Israel, which they are getting the Pfizer shot. They are administering it, dude. And they're saying now, you can look online and see that online fewer than 0.10% of the people who receive the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine have contracted the virus more than a week after receiving the second dose, a leading Israel healthcare provider said on Monday. They only got 9 million people left to go to vaccinate, and they are already at like 2 million or something like that plus, or how many other people that they got. They leading that joker. They almost, man, at the rate that they're going, they're gonna have a whole Israel gonna be all vaccinated.
Like I
You
said,
saw the other source I dropped right about the South African variant, right?
no. You want to talk about that before we get Rockman and Kent in here?
Drop in the back chat, pseudo killers joint. Like they said, they were kind of they're disappointed about it's not as effective against the South African variant. So
Okay.
they're gonna have to go back in and tweak it.
You mean the Columbia joint?
No, they say the South African joint.
No. The article is it Columbia EDU?
I believe so.
Let me see.
Look at. Let me see.
Yeah, Juju. Hey, Juju.
What company is that?
Yes.
What company is that?
They were saying Moderna and Pfizer. Moderna and Pfizer, yeah.
What were you saying, Unc?
No, I was saying we're gonna make sure we just.
What it do? I can be heard. Yeah, this you said let me see something right here. This feedback I ain't liking right now. That's a fact. Look at this shit. Yeah. So let me see what was being said in the chat. So Indigenous said he said Europe is using AstraZeneca. Yeah, so AstraZeneca, unfortunately, no, Johnson. I think it's AstraZeneca. Not sure, but no, I don't think so. But Johnson was in South Africa and is 66% effective against the strain that's out there or the variant that's out there, and they need 85%. Okay, who's calling me? Oh my god! Give me 1 second. I'm back. I see we got goofy questions. Why Israel and not us? Man, first of all, I don't know what you're talking about. But why don't you go? I mean, the research is there. Like, this is just lazy research. Like, you should be telling us. Like, I'm a grown man. I'm a responsible grown man. I'm not gonna have questions for y'all. Especially when it's like easily accessible, the research, the data. I will just be telling you guys. Okay, so the reason why it's Israel, not us, is because they're saying, you dig, educate us, man. You guys claim y'all researchers and y'all know something, but you never teach us anything. You never share real information. So it's some pseudo stuff. You know, I wouldn't do that. So it was funny, today in the break room, you know, we were watching the news. You know, like most jobs, be the TV, like they keep it just simple stuff because they don't want people fighting over the TV. So they out on the news. They're talking about Capitol Hill. They're talking about Dr. Fauci, and then, you know, a coworker mentioned vaccine. You know, the vaccine, and he kind of like low key clowning, and my supervisor almost got involved, sort of. He's put his foot out there. So I'm only 2 weeks on the job. I was like, you know what? Let me nip this in the bud right now. So I was like, so I chimed in. But I got like a little feedback, you know. So I said, all right, let me pull rank here. Let them know they ain't none of them on my level. So my supervisor, you know, the 48 laws said never outshine a master, but I had to. So this is what I was trying to tell the watcher. So my supervisor, like, yeah, don't they use bacteria inside the vaccine and to respond to other bacteria? I'm like, so, you know, I ain't gonna say his name, but supervisor, they don't use bacteria, they use viruses. Shut them up real fast, you dig? So now I got their attention. Like, nah, they don't use bacteria, my brand. They use viruses, okay? It's a big difference between the two. So I got their attention, and then you know, won them over a little bit, and then so that was the first break. So lunchtime, I figured I'll just put salt on the wound on my supervisor. So he's in there, you know, saying stuff on just different updates. So I chimed in a little better. Matter of fact, I read more about the Johnson Johnson in South Africa, and I explained what that's all about. So in the third break, I was going in. Break was over. I was going in. The supervisor was in the break room, and then he was like, "Take 5 more minutes." So my man gave me an extra 5 minutes, whatever that means, to chill out a little longer. So you know what I mean. But I'm trying to tell you, when I'm at a job, which I hate to do, but this is my second job until my business get back rolling. What I like to do is I like to establish, like, I don't have a word I want to say. I like to establish independence. There we go. Independence. Like, dude, like I'm smart. Okay. I want to give them, you know, talking about supervision, the idea that I'm smart. Like, yeah, I'm better than everybody else on this floor. So I always try to get them that much confidence about me. So at one job, I used to just call myself, you know, if y'all watch boxing, it was Keith one-time Thurman. I used to, but I put a lot of pressure on myself to watch it. So one job, I said, yo, call me one time. And they're like, what that mean? I said, because just tell me one time and I got it. And so I put a lot of pressure on myself. So, you know, people was hating on me, like waiting for me to mess up. And I messed up a couple times for them. I ain't gonna lie. And like they was having fun with that, bro, laughing and pointing because I put the bulls out my back, which I normally do, and I do it on this channel. Of course, I'm not an expert in nothing I talk about, but it could come off like that because it might be my fault. It might be the way, it might be the role I take. You know, it might be my fault. But again, I like the pressure. I like the target on my back. It just makes me try harder. So much to talk about. So, but that was funny when watching this with Unc, and they had like real licenses for holistic doctors. So I'm like, hold up. So this is a real study, 4-year, 8-year degrees where they get called a doctor. So why are we calling Alfred? What's his name? What's Sabi's real name? Alfred, some foolishness. Like Alfredo. Why are we calling him doctor? Why are we calling Ali Muhammad doctor? If, you know what I mean? If it's a real study here, like, so hold up. So not only are you in natural medicine, naturopathic medicine, homeopathic medicine that we think is, you know, below modern, you know, Western modern medicine, but not only in that, but you pseudo in that. You didn't even got your license. Now I don't know about Inky. Inky might got a certificate. I remember watching one of the shows where he was taking classes. So I don't know if he falls in that category. So I won't put him there. But everybody else that's talking that sea moss and that gold water, if they ain't got a certificate, man, how you a pseudo naturopath? That's crazy. But I get it. If y'all hear one thing about me, man, listen to this. One thing I'm going to say, listen to this. We do that because we think we are gullible as a people. And I hate to say we because there is no, in my opinion, there's no black nation. Like, we're divided as hell, we're tribal, and that's not going to change. Thinking we're going to come together is like thinking like the whole of Africa is going to come together. Like, you got to accept the Nigerians are different from you know, anybody else that's there, Ethiopians and whoever else. And that's how we are in this country. But we don't even know what we are. Like, at least they know they're Nigerians and this person is that and this person is that. Over here, we don't even know we're even different. We're different, don't even know. And we wonder why we can't get along with each other. Like, we're just different. And when I say different, we're different in just all the ways. You dig? Cultural, all that stuff. How we think. Matter of fact, watch, I'm glad you're here. because I was thinking at work. I was saying, I don't know if we all do it or if it's an East Coast thing, but I could hear the watcher speak and like, I like this dude. But the minute he said he's from Phoenix, Arizona, and like not naturally, but just the way I came up in Jersey, it takes points off you just because you said you were from Phoenix, Arizona. Sosa, he could vibe with me, say everything perfect. The minute he said Atlanta, took points off. Maryland, Zen, Chef, Truth Seeker, Maryland, Chief X. I'm from California. It takes something off, not realistically, but in my mind. And I don't know if that's some arrogant Jersey thing, but if somebody said it from Virginia, I think somebody's from Virginia. It's like, and I don't know if that's how all Jersey folks talk. I never even had this conversation before with anybody from Jersey, New York, or Pennsylvania, the tri-state. But that's how I be prejudging, like people who are not from the tri-state. It's like, you cool, but now you less cool because you from over there.
I hear that. But I think I can't even say that's unique to East Coast, because even if you're living on one side of the city in Arizona, saying I grew up in South Phoenix, where majority of Black people. Is my mic on? Is my mic on?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, just make sure. But what I'm saying is, like, I grew up on the south side of Phoenix, where majority of minorities and Blacks are. But when we were played north side, where more of the whites or the upper class are, then we would look down on them because they didn't went through in our mind, whether there's tribalism or whatnot. It's like they didn't go through the same struggles we did, or them latchkey kids. They got to do what they want to do, and we had to come home at night if we were living with parents who were telling us what to do, or if we didn't have any parents tell us what to do, then we got to stay out in the street. So we realer than y'all got to stay home. Your parents made breakfast for you. So I think it's a condition that we put in our head to try to override our own insecurities. Because as I got older, it didn't really bother me as much. But I think the stereotypes still there. Like someone said they're from Jersey, I'm like, okay, all right, that's Jersey. All right. But if someone says they're from Maine, I had to give them a cut. It's not the same quality. You know what I mean? And it's not like anything deserved. I mean, they could have been in a part of Maine where there's nothing but dogs out there, born in the boxing rings and fighting bears and lions and tigers and shit. And who the fuck am I to say that they're less than? You know what I mean? So it's just another form of Blackology, pseudoism type shit. But I think it's a condition we have because we feel insecure. However, I don't even think that's unique to America, because you see there's tribalism in Africa. I'm sure you look at I guess you can say it's religion with the Christians and the Muslims, but then if it's not based on those two doctrines, it could be their own Ogun or whatever the next town over is messing with. It's just an opportunity to take advantage of another person, in my eyes.
And that's why I say, left to ourselves, everything you just said, we're doing to ourselves right now. Why would it change because we're by ourselves? It would just heighten. It would enhance. Because remember what Al just said. We can't be racist because we ain't got no power. Oh really? Oh really? So all the F stuff you do, you get a pass, you ain't got no power. So the minute you get power, right? What's going to happen? Like they say, when you have money, like it just enhances who you were originally, and I think that's some truth to that.
I agree.
Well, same way. If we can't be racist because we ain't got power, and we do some grimy stuff. Can you imagine with power?
Bro, I'll give you another example. Excuse me, I'm eating. Siblings. I noticed that when siblings are around their parents, they tend to get along. But let them have to stay in the house with each other, and while mom and dad are going out grocery shopping or Christmas shopping, and the oldest one's in charge, and then the younger ones don't do what the oldest one wants. That's normally a fight, a beat up, and jump. So it's just like once you get that power, and if you don't have the right character, it's going to corrupt you. It's just enhances who you really are. If you're authoritative or you're commanding or you're controlling, then when you get power, that's normally magnified.
Yep. So this whole ideal of a black land, some Shaka song is it's like, careful what you ask for, man. I'm telling you, it's gonna be colorism. It's gonna be a whole lot of stuff that you thought didn't exist. That's because we're spread thin. You know how it is when you spread yourself thin. You know, you can't be as strong anywhere in one area. So we're spread thin. The Hebrews like to say we're spread in all the four corners of the earth. Well, when you come together, that's when you start to really see the bull, bruh. All I've been doing lately, the last couple of years, not all I've been doing, but what I've been doing lately, for the last 3-4 days, is watching like black folks on camera just kill each other. You know, all out war in streets. I've been watching them, and I've been seeing how brutal we are. You just roll up on a dude in broad daylight, camera right there. Just blast, shoot. I mean, just all out, just shooting at each other, just all out. Like one dude, I don't know how he hit all three of them, but he didn't kill nobody. He could have had a triple homicide, bro. The dude, his man arguing with a car in a gas station. So they had the people in the car was the driver, passenger, and the backseat rider. His man just got tired of him arguing, said, "Man, screw all this." Ran up in the car, point blank, started blasting inside the car, and they pulled off blasting in the back of the car. He hit all three of them, but they all survived. So it's like, dude, you wanted a triple body? Like, that's crazy how we just don't like no. So then I went from there. Then I started watching like black dudes robbing like convenience stores and getting their head blown off by the clerks. I'm like, good for you. You know, just going, like, one dude robbed the store twice already, where they had a weekly cop who would like come and like just make sure everything's good. So like, and the dude got so comfy. The dude came in one time and gonna throw the clerk a bag, like, yeah, fill up with phones. Man, that clerk pulled a gun out. He turned around like and tried to bluff that clerk. That clerk blew that nigga head off, man.
Yikes.
And you know the clerk wasn't black, so they was looking forward to that.
Oh shit.
They blew that nigga head.
Where was this?
Well, it had to be somewhere, I don't know, you know, but it had to be somewhere better than Jersey because they were allowed to carry.
Damn.
Yeah, but my whole thing is, I'm saying, like, are they part of the we? When we say we gotta do we, you talking about including all of them right there? Like, they're coming too? Well, if they're coming too, then how do you not expect that going on in our society? And then you got to jail them, right? You got to imprison them. Like, how do you avoid that? Are we that simple-minded where we think, no, when they get there, they're going to see all these black folks and they're just going to change?
Damn.
So I did something today, right? So I seen Melvin inside the boxing chat too. I didn't know he was part of this boxing chat. So now I got my own boxing group. It's called Mayweather Fans. It's actually deep. Like, we got a couple hundred people in there, like 300-400 people. And again, I started my group because I'm a problem solver. I was in other boxing groups and I just seen the racism just too crazy. I was like, I'm good. So I said, I'd rather do my own group where I can control and dictate the racism. Matter of fact, I'm gonna call it Mayweather Fans, not even unbiased boxing, just Mayweather Fans, to like just exclude everybody, you dig? Except for Mayweather fans. And I left it like that, where it'd be no less arguing, and less racial attacks. So I'm part of a group. I joined a group that Melvin's a part of. And Brad, don't say Mayweather in there. I mean, like, you'll get so many attacks, but so I said Stephen Shakur, they attacked again. You know, everybody who's not black, and maybe one or two black people. But then see, like these social experiments can go wrong if you don't go all the way around with it. You know, the full spectrum. So what I did was I posted. Now I would think, hey man, they hate black folks. But then I made a couple Canelo posts. He got hate too. I'm like, okay, like, yo. So it's not. See, if I left it at Mayweather Shakur, like you would believe that they just hate black folks. No, I got Canelo there now. I made a bunch of posts about Canelo, and I got nothing but hate for Canelo. And guess what? It's black folks and white folks there again. You see? So I'm like, oh damn. So it's like that. So this somebody made a Pacquiao post, and he got hate. Like, oh, I was dying at work because somebody had a picture of Pacquiao get punched in the face. Like, I guess Juan Mel Marquez about to knock him out. Yeah, that picture was funny.
Oh shit.
I was hollering, yo, because I'm like, yo, these dudes are trolls, man. Like they would just talk about Pacquiao eight-time world division title thing. And like they were just giving him his props and saluting him for his great accomplishments. I mean, damn, like a lot of people haven't done that, can't do it, couldn't do it. You know, the fact is this: there are some things that Pacquiao did that Mayweather ain't do, and those things were great. That's a fact. And there are some things Mayweather did that Pacquiao ain't do that was great as well, and that's a fact. So just because you like Mayweather, that doesn't mean everything Mayweather did was better than Pacquiao, and vice versa. That doesn't mean everything Pacquiao did was better than Mayweather. Nah, they had their own lanes, which makes them greats, right? Which makes them both great boxers, legendary, you know, Hall of Fame. Like, man, like Pacquiao, if Mayweather's TBE, yeah, Pacquiao, if he could find a way to beat Spence and Crawford, I don't see how he can't be number 2. I don't know. Because we're talking about a guy 40-something years old beating up kids undefeated in their prime.
Damn.
Okay, now here comes the trolls. I got a couple guys trolling. I'm like, dude, like I'm the wrong one. I don't go back and forth on damn thread. I mean, I might entertain you because I think you're sincere. But once I see you on that, I'm like, you're just come on alive. So of course they're gonna say no, and it will come on alive, and you know, I mean, they're not gonna come on alive. Wait, where's my Okay, so I'm gonna share my screen and show you something. Okay, so you heard about? I had a link in the chat. It said Tyler Perry to create BET special about COVID-19 vaccine and the Black community. Did you see that or even heard about that?
Nah.
Yeah. So Tyler Perry want to do something about Black folks and their COVID-19, like how silly we are. I'm guessing.
Oh, I think I did see. So what is he supposed to be doing? I didn't get that part.
I think like a documentary or something like that. Yeah, documentary.
Oh, okay, I see. Okay. I was thinking he was gonna put his money where his mouth is type. I'm gonna go get this, and anyone who wants it can go get it type shit. But I guess he wants to expose the pseudoisms or the fears in it, or justified fears, because that's what I don't like. People act like you're 100% backing the government if you have an opinion about a vaccine, or you're like people like you don't understand how people can mistrust an entity or the government. I just don't always see that being the same.
Yeah, man. Like Unc pointed out, they don't trust the government. They hate the government, but they could go smoke that cigarette though. That's government approved, which tells you it kills you. it causes cancer. It makes no doubt. It makes no, shame about that. It tells you we cause cancer, right? And everybody dies smoking us, and the government approved us. But that same nigga would go smoke a cigarette, but will tell you about the vaccine, and that which tells you you're gonna die. You dig? 9 times out of 10, you're gonna die from this cigarette, one way or another. So they trust the government, and this is why it's impossible not to. And this is why I don't get caught up in that too much, because it's just silly when people name their reasons for not trusting the vaccine. Now, if you experience something, of course, you got all right to be skeptical or hesitant. Like, who would, shame you? We'll be like, yeah, well, shit, you got the most right. You are directly affected. Like, who can tell you what to do now? It's on you. But other people with these fake concerns, like, I just believe they're hypocritical. And even it goes back to, like, Wujao pointed out something that I've been pointing out with Haskell. Haskell would tell me and you and Amber and everybody else that we need all these things to prove our point, to prove that viruses exist, or all these crazy requirements. But then he'll tell you that Brian Hooker was onto something when he said vaccines cause autism, when there's zero information on that, my man. There's 2 papers on it, and both been retracted by the authors. Wakefield and Hooker, they retracted their own work. There's nothing you can find that shows you there's a connection between autism and vaccines. But Haskell will tell us all the stuff we need, but he don't need nothing to show a connection between autism and vaccine. Nothing but a video of a guy talking 10 years later after he signed off saying there was no connection. 10 years later, 14 years later, he's saying, well, yeah, it might be something. Like, so between that 10-year time, you don't think nothing happened? You don't think he was influenced? You don't think he's bitter, grumpy, like Lupe Fiasco said at the job? You think he's just still happy, a happy employee? He just want to hook an anti-vaxxer up, a known anti-vax. He's want to hook him up. I got the hookup. But again, so you don't need nothing. You don't need any of the things you require for us. All you need is somebody confessing. Well, guess what? Fauci confessed all day long, right? That vaccine worked. So isn't that good enough? According to the standards that they dropped. But I thought when the sister came with the vaccine, we were supposed to be team vaccine. Black girl magic. Yeah, black girl magic. Yeah, black girl magic. Like, I'm just curious, like, if she was constantly out there like Fauci, what percentage would that change? Because you see, Kamala just constantly made everybody care about politics. Right. In the space where they didn't. And the same thing with Barack. Yeah, made a lot of people care about politics. I follow that sister on IG, by the way. Kamala? Nah, the vaccine woman. Same. Oh, the sister. Oh, that sister. I follow her on IG. Right. You would think she would get credibility for her intellect or her people, or it was just like, oh, she a sellout. Like, I'm just curious because I haven't really dealt with anyone who spoke on it really. So I'm just curious, what would a pseudo say? Or they would just co-sign. Matter of fact, I think even Sarnetta was co-signing it. Well, yeah, they were calling her like a sellout. Oh wow! Like a government agent, and I heard some people even tired to like the Fauci conspiracy. Ouch. Okay, never mind then. Yeah, I again, RZA did the same thing. I heard RZA do it. I heard a few others mention Brian Hooker and the alleged whistleblower. They mentioned those two with no evidence. Nothing. Nothing. There's not one study that shows that there's a connection between autism and vaccine. But so anyway, you heard about the doctor that got the second shot or first shot and died?
Oh yeah. But it was an anomaly, wasn't it? Something with the.
Yeah, he had a rare blood disorder, something like that.
Right.
So again, I told the guys at work, I said, dude, okay, and I told some guys on Facebook posts, I'm like, man, people die every day, B. So somebody's gonna die. Now look at the doctor age. The doctor's like 55, like, yo, he had a blood disorder or something like that.
Right.
So again, he's in the age range in this country of people who die every day, 55 to like 65. That's the common age where people die. That's the average age where people die in this country. So if you drink a Pepsi and die, was it the Pepsi? Like, how many people we heard? Wait. Wait. The founder of World Star Hip Hop, he was getting a goddamn massage when he died. So massages kill?
Well, I did see some Chinese movies with the death touch, but
Yo,
I digress.
what about my cousin who was playing basketball down in the Carolinas and died on the court?
Oh shit.
Basketball kills? Like, it's just silly to draw a connection like that. Now, I get it. Like, it should raise an eyebrow. But you should want to look, you should want to hear more. Like,
Right.
Don't take the headline and run with it. You should want to hear a little more.
Wow. What you got up there right now? The discussion?
Okay. Oh, yeah. So I'm showing this right here. I'm showing this guy. So I share.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. What's up,
Yeah,
Joe?
salute.
Hey,
So look,
peace.
Peace. With y'all. I had shit.
Hey,
Go
I'm
ahead.
by someone. Can I? I want to say something.
Yeah.
Real quick. This is my very, very strong suggestion to you, and I'm telling you to be really, really helpful for a lot of people, because I think you've covered this before, even more than once. But if you can organize in a chronological way the information related to the whole claim about MMR vaccines causing autism, if you can kind of outline that, or put organize the information in chronological order, and then have it ready to share with people, or put it somewhere where people can get to it, I'm telling you that would be a big help, because that keeps coming up every now and then, and you really can't find it organized. Like, you could find the information, but it's not
right
organized out there, and it always leaves holes open for people to still keep talking about it. You know what I'm saying? So I think that if something could be organized and put together, like, some kind of way, that would be a big, big help. Because I know some people who would need something like that, and I haven't taken the time. I was going to do it, because it's like getting frustrating to me at this point, and I was going to do it, but I think you already have a lot of information already.
I do.
So yeah, if you could do that, I'm telling you that would be a big.
So there's some key things with that. All right, first of all, there's no whistleblower. A whistleblower is somebody who actually blows a whistle because they see wrongdoing. William Thompson was secretly recorded by Brian Hooker, right? So again, let's take it from the top. William Thompson is a senior director of the CDC. He signed off the Stefan study in 2004. He signed off to a research about MMR vaccine. He signed off that there is no connection. So let's keep that right there. He and a whistleblower, he signed off there's no connection. 10 years later, who knows what happened with him? Maybe like Lupe said, a grumpy worker who's mad at something, decided to link up with Brian Hooker. Brian Hooker was an anti-vax. He's president of an anti-vax board. He always felt like his son has been diagnosed with autism. He always felt like his son was vaccine injured. He went to the vaccine court. He was denied because his son, he lied. His son was seeing symptoms before all that stuff. So his son was seeing early symptoms before any of autism before vaccination, Yeah. So he lied, but he's been grumpy ever since then. So somehow he links up with Brian Hooker 10 years after the Define study, where in 2004, where Hooker signed off to there's no connection. Now, William Thompson is trying to coach. Now look at this. unethical play right here. He's trying to coach Brian Hooker on how to do the study over that he did with qualified personnel. Now, I work at a pharmaceutical company. I was trying to talk to scientists that work there, like, yo, can you just go do something if you're unqualified? Like, don't you need SOPs? And SOPs mean that's something you read before you actually practice something. It's called standard operational procedures, right? So everybody before you do any task, you're supposed to read about it and then do it. So how is a man coaching you on something you're not qualified for without proper training, without proper SOP reading? Because you need proper training along with the SOP. How a guy gonna coach you over the phone what to do? Like, that's unethical. Like, that doesn't happen. Again, a mechanic, an engineer just can't coach me to do something, some engineer work, and I'm gonna be proficient on the fly. So he's trying to coach Brian Hooker to do a reanalysis, and the whole reanalysis was backwards. So I believe the actual study was a cohort, but he did a case study, case control study. So everything he did was backwards. So now, Jawa, to your point, there are holes because nobody put something together totally. So people like RZA, what they would do is they would say William Thompson, the CDC senior rep, came up with the findings that Black boys was 234% more of a risk of autism. That was not his findings, by the way. That was Brian Hooker's reanalysis of the study, which he did backwards, and he didn't have enough kids. It was just whole unethical and just sloppy work by Brian Hooker. So much so he retracted it later on. But it was just sloppy play. But that was Brian Hooker's finding. That was not William Thompson findings with his coworkers. His staff that did the study. Okay, so that was Brian Hooker stuff. And again, it was retracted. He did everything backwards. Nothing was ethical. He got taught on the fly, and that means nothing. Can you imagine Dr. Fauci getting taught on the fly something? Can you imagine the flack that he would take, that he was improperly qualified for it? He didn't put the time in, the schooling, the practice in. He just was taught something by ear on the phone. So then another thing is this. They said that, now this is a big one. They claimed that what William Thompson claimed, that they were discarding some key information from the studies. False. What they were doing was, in these studies, they took notes. Okay, they was taking notes, and in those notes, they were documenting the notes, and it was documented, putting on its proper, maybe Word, Microsoft Word, whatever they was doing. They were just putting it in proper order. What y'all was saying I should do, just putting it in order. So they discarded the notes because, well, I don't know about scientists, but I do know in the pharmaceutical world, you can't have notes. You need proper paperwork. You need proper paperwork. Like, you're not even allowed to document anything if it's not on proper paperwork. You can't. There's no scrap paper. You can't write in your gloves. Can't write nowhere. That's all things that goes against policy. So they discarded their notes only. They did not discard information. But look, so here's the issue here. They would say they discarded it. Then I would say, well, how was Brian Hooker able to do a reanalysis if they discarded all the work? Oh, William Thompson had saved some stuff. Okay, my man. Did they discard it or they didn't? You can't have it both ways. So they did have the information, right? The study, because you gave it to, or you gave it to Brian Hooker. And Brian Hooker did a horrible reanalysis, unqualified, backwards, everything just totally off. And I would go, now the reason why it took a little while, because that's a lot of reading, and it's a lot of defining things, things I was unaware of that I had to make sure I understood. Like, I had to research case control study and cohort study to find out the difference. And so it was a lot going on.
Yeah, well, that's why I said, I realized that myself, and I was like, okay, I don't have the time to do it right now, but it needs to be done. And it comes up every now and then to the point where I was like, man, I'm going to have to carve out some time to do it. But I've seen you talk about it and show different things. I said, so why reinvent it? And I was like, man, let me just keep putting some fire up under you to organize it, because you pretty much got a lot of the information already. and it would be kind of silly for me to try to collect a whole bunch of information when you already have a lot of it. So that's only, I'm just making a suggestion because it's going to keep coming up. It's been coming up for a long time, but now, we see it more often because of the talks about the pandemic and everything now. And then now, especially with the vaccines. And so that's one of the go-to arguments that people are making. Well, how do you know it's safe? Because they thought that the MMR vaccine was safe, but come find out it was causing more autism in Black kids and And so we got to eliminate all of the backdoor exit escape hatches that people run to and the moving of the goalposts. We got to just destroy the goalposts altogether and just give people the straight and narrow facts and let them digest it. That's just it. Either they eat or they don't. If they don't eat, they starve. And that's just how we got to look at it. Science is food. Eat it or starve. That's it. Don't get the junk food. Don't eat the junk food. Junk food is eventually gonna kill you. So that's just it. So so I haven't heard the whole thing. I saw when you went live. You shared the link, and I know you were playing the video before.
Yeah.
About the naturopathic.
That was a good one.
Yeah, so,
but you're right though, and trust me, it'd be in my mind a lot. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna look at my notes. And then I ain't gonna lie, when I look at my notes, I see all these I'll be overwhelmed. Like, God damn, I got all this stuff on this. I'm like, sheesh.
But you got to do it because you've been talking about it ever since that what was that so-called debate.
Right.
From back then. So I mean, gotta pump it out because that was 2019 now. So we're a year and some change.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it has to be done, man.
I agree. Yeah, I'll put my foot on it. I will. I'll put my foot on it. Starting tomorrow.
I know people that I just don't have the time to talk to. I know people that make that claim, and I know differently. But
I would love to talk to them because there's no whistleblower. Okay.
Well,
now,
mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, when I hear people say it, because I don't have the information on hand or somewhere where I can just point them to where it's just boom, all outlined, I just choose not even participate in the conversation. But I don't like that feeling when I know what somebody's saying is just backwards. It's all outdoors, 2 left feet. But yet I just got to be like, all right, change the subject because you know what I mean. So yeah, it'd be just good if that could be done. Then I could just point to it. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to carve out some time because I'll do it. Because it keeps coming up, man. That and some more stuff. Shoot, that's a lot. But what were y'all saying about the video you playing, like the naturopathic?
Okay, so I was saying this. I was saying that now that I know that even with that, like you need to be certified. Like they got 8-year course where you become like a doctor and that type of stuff, or you could do the 4-year and get the bachelor. So I was saying, like, even with that, you need to put in the right time, the right study for that. And you got people shortcutting that. So it's like, okay, you shortcut science, traditional Western medicine, that type of science. I get it because you're opposed it. But the thing that's for you, you shortcut that one too.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's true. That's true. That's absolutely true. And nobody in the conscious community. Well, let me ask you this. I'm not even going to say that. Let me ask Watcher. I don't know if Watcher, you still there? You still there?
Yeah, I'm here, bro.
Yeah. So, and peace to you, Stu Peace. Let's see, because I can see who's in here now.
All right, peace, Stu Peace.
So yeah, so just out of you all, right? Do you all know? Okay, peace. Do you all know anybody in the conscious community that has the credentials to put doctor before their name in terms of health? And I'm not talking about the PhD. I know that there are people in the conscious community that do actually have PhDs, and they have that kind of doctorate. But I'm talking about on the health or medical side, whether it's an ND as in Nancy, N as in Nancy D, or M as in Mary D, ND or MD. Do you know anybody that has the credentials that's in the conscious community that's talking about health?
No, I don't know one.
What is Dr. Yaya in? Or is that just her title?
Yeah,
Dr.
I'm not
Inky.
familiar. I'm not familiar with Dr.
Yes,
Yaya. I
I think
heard the name before, but I'm not familiar.
yeah, I
I
think
don't know if she used doctor in terms of medical stuff. Does she has a
she's supposed to be. Is she a psychologist or a psychiatrist? She's something like that because she's actually on that show, TMZ. Like they got her on there as the expert
Right.
doctor.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Some, like I said, people have worked hard and earned that title.
Right.
Yeah.
But what I'm talking about people who have
Specifically medical field, right?
Yeah, in the something to do with health. And like, for example, Dr. Sebi, we all know Dr. Sebi was definitely not a medical doctor. He had no credentials. Matter of fact, Dr. Sebi bragged, in a lot of his lectures, he bragged about not being a book learned
Oh wow.
Reading is
person,
bad.
remember? You know what I'm saying? Because he, if you watch his videos, that's why people gravitated towards him, because he was just raw and honest and always tell his backstory about his mother and stuff like that. He learns this and that from his mama and blah blah blah, and he didn't learn from a book and this and that.
Yeah, you're right.
And everything. So it's not like a dig or a diss at all.
It was like God. I know he went religious on his explanation of how he put it all together. Like I don't think he blamed it on a higher being, but he was saying just natural living. It was something to that effect, like a natural way. It came to him just natural, like just common sense. That's what he was trying to do with it.
He did give credit to a particular person who helped him in his conditions, because I think he had he had something, and I don't want to misquote it, but he had some conditions and he went to somebody, helped him out, and from there it kind of changed his outlook and started him on his journey. But anyway, I was using him as an example because the doctor in front of his name is not from any credential.
Right.
And then a lot of other people do that too. You have people who use doctor in front of their name. And so we got to ask the question, like, what function and benefit or value does that have for real? When people do that, like what does that really do?
Yeah.
Marketing, Dr. Pepper. I don't give it any credibility.
Dr. Pepper.
He said, Doctor. Oh, what you mean? Dr. Pepper is don't really have a doctorate? Don't have a PhD?
Or Dr. Dre. He diagnoses. Dr. J.
Oh, Dr. J.
We can do this shit all day. But I mean, yeah, I see. I get your point. But to me, it seems more.
But I'm saying it's done and it happens. But so I'm saying what benefit is gained out of that? And I'm talking about for whoever, for the person who's doing it, or the people that's observing it being done. Like what does it really do? Like what's the reality? What's the outcome?
It gives credibility, is what I'm saying. Like it's credibility for marketing. So if they want to sell any other things, it gives more credibility to their name.
Yeah.
To a layman who is not aware, who's not studied, or just has no clue the difference between like a PhD, like doctorate in, psychology, or a medical doctor, MD. So it's like, if you don't know, then they can just run with that, and then it makes it more marketable. Like if Dr. Inky is selling vitamin water or water with gold pieces in it, you would give him more credibility than opposed to just regular Inky. I'm gonna trust the Dr. Inky. I mean, so it's kind of misleading, not assuming a motive to him, but I mean, that's why I say it gives credibility. Maybe I spoke.
So basically you're saying that by putting doctor in front of the name, I guess the intention for that is to be more credible, to make sales and stuff like that, because it's not to do with the earning of a credential. It's just to
I would agree. It's to get people to trust them, and that's it, and to get sales and get listeners. Yeah.
Marketing.
So is it? So let me ask you: is it? So what degree would you say is that related to kind of gimmicky and scamming? Not, and I don't want to say scamming like in a like total negative, but I'm saying like it's an emulation, it's an imitation, because if you're not credentialed doctor, but yet you're going to use that title, aren't you impersonating? Is that like a case of impersonation?
Yeah, it definitely.
That's a fair.
It definitely frauding.
Yeah. See, it's hard because I don't want to assign a motive because I don't know what they're going to do next with it. Based off the examples we using, like, yes, because we have history, or you can find them trying to market, whether they're selling bracelets or some sort of water, like they're using it to market themselves or to give themselves credibility, just like Sonetta with Dr. Reggie, just out of level of respect because he feels he put in so much work. So it just, for those who don't understand it, they're just like, okay, well, he went to school and Sonetta said he's a doctor, so it just gives credibility to the person. I don't necessarily want to assign them with the objective or the means to manipulate.
Okay, so let me ask you this.
Okay, but wouldn't you consider it stolen valor? If you see a civilian dressed up like a Vietnam vet in the army, they call that stolen valor. Right, you're getting respect based on something that you didn't put in the work for.
Right.
Yeah. So here's a question. Does DR period have the same effect as MR?
In some cases, in the cases that we're referring to, I would say yes. Without that medical degree specifically, yeah, it's a title.
My doctor is a doctor of neuropathy.
I'm sorry?
Good. You mean doctor of neuropathy?
Period.
That's what you're talking about.
Versus Mr.
Huh?
You're saying Mr. just like what do they call that?
Like MR. No, man, totally different thing, man. Everybody's a Mr. But it's like everybody's an Esquire.
Okay, but wait a minute. So now we don't. Okay, I'm trying to lead up to a point. So we don't go around and call everybody Mr. Right? We just call people their name. And so
culturally, in other places you call them Mr. In Jamaica, you call them Mr. In England, you call them Mr. Only in America you call people by the first name.
Okay, and that's a great point. You're right. So, but what I'm leading to is that no matter where you are, even in America, we don't normally say Mr. a lot, but when we do here in America, we say Mr. out of respect. You know, we say Mr. So-and-so because it's to give that little oomph or that little extra respect or prestige. And so, and even in other countries, when they say it, it's just that they do it more often than, you know, here in America. But so shouldn't that be enough? If we grant somebody the title of Mr. So-and-so, shouldn't that be enough if they haven't earned the credentials to say Dr. So-and-so when they really not a doctor?
Right. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
I agree.
Look, I agree with you. I agree with you because the way I see it, if you ever been to a graduation ceremony?
Yeah.
Persons who graduated magna cum laude, they walk first because out of respect for the work them put in. And person with an ordinary pass, they walk last. Right?
Yeah. Even the professors. Yeah. The most degrees professors come out first.
Right.
Yes. The professors come out first. We have to give people respect for the work they put in. Right? If somebody said I write 78 books and you don't see a book. No, I don't mean to throw stones, but we have to start throwing stones. So because we have to appreciate the work that people put in. You know how difficult it is to do a doctoral thesis? You can't undermine the person who did it.
Yeah. So now here's the thing. So what's been going on in the past 10 and 20 years, really 20 years, and it really started with the onset of the internet in its early days of AOL and CompuServe and stuff like that. But now we got social media, social networks with Facebook and stuff, MySpace. But what's happened over the last 20 years for sure is that there was a bar that was set really high for different disciplines, different things. And so because the bar was so high and people got the opportunity, like the internet and the way that things have grown and changed over the last 20 years, it has allowed people to jump into the space of these disciplines and bring the bar down. Like people are not interested in elevating to that high bar and that high standard. What people tend to do is they take the bar and bring it down to them. And so that's what's happened across the board, even with music. You know, everybody and their mother is a producer now, a singer, a rapper, just because the equipment got cheap. You get Fruity Loops for $50 and whatnot, and you can get a NPC. You get the digital version. I'm saying, so everybody could do all this stuff. Same thing with online. We got online encyclopedias now, Wikipedia, we got Google Scholar, we got all these different things. So now people could read up on stuff and bring the standard down and bypass. It's like a shortcut. And so now I opened the door for everybody to claim to be X, Y, and Z, which brings the standards down. And that is a pros and cons. So it's very dangerous at this point because people can claim to be something that they haven't really earned. And like
I'm a
you said,
researcher. I'm a scholar.
Again? Oh yeah,
I'm a researcher.
So,
I'm a scholar.
No, but
right.
Let me cut you. Let me cut you, please, because you bring up a good point, especially with Fruity Loops and the musician. As a result, will we have another Chuck Berry? Will we have another James Brown? Will we have another Nat King Cole? Will we have another Parliament Funkadelic? Persons who were innovators in the field, who knew the craft fundamentally, Ray Charles. Because what we're having now is we're having images of images. It's like photocopies. How many times can you copy the same page until it's become uncopyable, if that's a word? Right? Because how many times can you sample Funky Drummer? How many times can you sample Marvin Gaye?
We're finding out. Infinite.
No, before it becomes the same thing over and over. It's like a regurgitation. You know,
but how would that apply to? But with Jawo's point, yeah, I'm sorry, but with Jawo's point, I'm trying to.
How it applies to Jawo's point is that what we have now is that we have ready-made scholars who, because they can research information on the internet, they're not creating new information, because it's like they're not in the field digging. The person in Egypt digging up the relics can come up with new assumption. But if you only looking at people who have dug up relics 100 years ago, what new information can you come with?
So let me just fast forward my point. So here's an example I use a lot, right? If you take a library, now back in the day when I was in school, the library was all that in a bag of chips. You go to the library, it was just a place of a wealth of knowledge, right? That's all you knew a library was. It was a place where knowledge was sitting on those shelves, right? And you had to be taught how to locate information, number one, and then you had to be taught how to discern the information within any particular book. You had to actually be taught the skill to be able to read, comprehend what you're reading, and then you had to be able to discern the truthfulness of what you read. So, but that has to be taught, and it takes over time. So people are bypassing that today. And so they're looking up stuff, and just because they found something in black and white or in a font type or PDF, a lot of people have bypassed that process of learning, one, how to find what they're looking for, how to frame a proper question, and then seek out the answer, and then discern what it is that they're reading after they comprehend. Like, there's steps to this, and people are bypassing all that. And now it becomes, okay, as long as I got a source, I'm right. As long as I can find somebody, as long as I can find somebody else saying what I'm saying, that means I'm accurate, I'm right. And that's far from what we learn in the proper science. That's not how that works. Just because you find somebody else saying what you say, that don't mean it's right. You know what I'm saying? So that's what's going on, as far as that goes. But I'm saying people that do that, especially on platforms, these platforms now, they get a title, and then the title has weight to the average person, and then it breaks the barrier down for the requirement of putting in that work and holding a fire to it. And so a lot of people get away with that. And when it comes, and I'm only saying this because I'm leading up to the health part of it. When it's just regular, when it's just information like history, that really doesn't affect directly a person's life like that. But when that spills over in the environment of health, that's when it could become dangerous, because health is a very direct thing. Either you're healthy or you're not. Either you're going to get sick or you're not, and it affects you, your family, and so on and so forth. Whether Christopher Columbus discovered America, that's not going to affect your direct life right now. You know what I mean? But health does. And so that's an important issue. And, I think that it just needs to be addressed and actually hopefully not tolerated over time. I don't know, I hear somebody in the background.
Oh, sorry. It's my TV.
Oh, Stu P's watching the game, boy. Watching football.
Oh, man.
Arsenal, Man United or something.
No, YouTube. I've not watched football really since Kaepernick.
Football.
I've boycotted football. I'm not watching it since Cap.
Yeah, I don't think he was talking about football Americano.
See, Afro-Asiatic puts in the chat, he says, we are becoming like thought police. And that's just not true. I'm telling you, in scholarship is from school, scholar, all those words are related. In school, there is a way, there's pedagogy and andragogy. Science of teaching children and the science of teaching adults, respectively. And you go through school, and there's procedures, there's structure, there's ways that you learn to do what you do. And so it's not about being thought police. It's about maintaining the structure, maintaining the order, and executing the procedure, the right procedure that leads to the correct and right answers. Because if we don't do that, then we're just winging it. And that's what this so-called conscious community has become, a bunch of winging it's, where you don't know what's from what. And then it becomes all about who has the most charisma, who has the most followers, who can
Brooklyn Magic.
Who can one up somebody, who can do the most posts, who can do the most YouTube videos, right, and stuff like that. And that's not the standard by which knowledge is created. That's just not. Period. It's just not. So it's not about being thought police. It's about keeping the structure and order of knowledge. See, knowledge is, I'm telling you, knowledge is like science. There's a tools to know when you know something. And knowledge has to be done a certain way, like math. Like I use math as an example. A math problem, there's a certain procedure in math that most people know is PEMDAS.
Yeah.
And if you don't understand PEMDAS, or you use that, you're going to most of the time get a wrong answer. And if you happen to get the right answer, even not understanding PEMDAS, then it was luck. It was just coincidence.
Serendipity.
Exactly. There's methods to this, and there's structure to this, and people have to learn it and understand it, because then we could progress more effectively, efficiently, and all across the board, instead of winging it and having these problems, having these arguments. People think an opinion or just an argument for argument's sake is the end all be all. And that's just crazy. Just because somebody says something, it must be true. Like, no, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work. And just because you can pull a source doesn't mean it's true.
Right.
It doesn't. It has. You have to. I had to do way more.
And from my experience with this panel, man, they pull a source and they don't even know what the hell the source is saying. Like, yo, you ain't even covering your own source.
Yes, I did. You're just hating. It's an alternative fact. It's just as valid as your fact.
Exactly. And I'm gonna tell you, a clear sign of people who easily fall in that category are people that will downplay science by trying to say science is nothing more than an opinion. Like, scientists give opinions just like everybody else. They'll try to downplay a scientific theory and move it over to just a guess, a speculation and an assumption and just an opinion and stuff. And all of that, that along stacked on top of, it's not our thing, it's the white man's thing, and this and that. It's just,
I don't know how we could demote it to a guess when they could pinpoint the next eclipse, like almost at the exact hour, minute, and second by their so-called guessing.
Have you ever ran into people who you're engaging, a dialogue or argument with, and they're so lost in their argument that they resort to trying to downplay definitions? Like, they'll say,
"Oh, my close friend who watch it, don't get offended. I got a friend been telling you, who remind me of you, just swag and how he looks, but not think the same." Wujawu, he's that person. If I dare to correct him on a word he's using totally incorrectly, he's using it wrong. I'm like, bro, you're using that wrong. Like, I pulled an X on him. Like, yo, I got to explain it to him. Man, if I do that, Wujawu, I'm semantical. You know what I meant. Oh my God. I can't, nothing with that. Nothing.
Yeah, but at least, see, that's a little bit better than the level below, which I was describing is you got people out there that will be losing an argument and they'll resort to, well, who defined it? Who gave them a right to define it?
Yeah, I can't rock with them, man.
Oh shit.
Like, that's according to who? According to whose definition?
Right. Yeah. Those are the extremists. Black identity extremists.
Yeah.
It depends what is.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Oh shit.
Like, dude, are you speaking in English, my man? Did you agree to these terms? Matter of fact, Wujawu, I had to ask somebody this. Somebody was just that extreme. I'm like, bro, white man. I'm like, bro, who the hell educated you? Like, who gave you a diploma? Like, what school system did you go to? Bro, stop it. The same white man that you saying I follow right now, worship, educated your ass. Every diploma, degree, certificate, GED, you guys from the same white man.
Yeah. But I'm gonna tell you, I learned a long time ago, if you ever run into somebody like that, just understand that you're absolutely wasting your time, and whatever else to come after that, just know that you're just doing it for entertainment purposes, because it is not gonna do anything. It's just not. It's the same way as never argue with somebody whose mind is made up. Because I mean, you can do it, but just know that you're wasting your time.
Yeah.
Like, just understand that, because like, for example, if somebody makes a claim and they're trying to convince you of that claim, and different, and so you would like to engage in a intellectual argument with them. If their mind is made up, you are wasting your time. And so really debating an argument is for two or more people that have an open mind. If an open mind is a prerequisite to an argument. And I don't think people realize that if two or more people or the participants in the argument do not have an open mind, that argument is for nothing. I'm telling you, that's period. And that goes for every single argument, even little small things in the household, whatever. That's just that. And that's something that we learn in debating first on, early on. You never argue with somebody whose mind is made up. No,
Yeah.
Just know that if you do, you're basically wasting your time, and that's all good if you choose to do that, but that argument is meaningless.
But most people will try to act like they're reasonable and they're willing to come to a logical conclusion, but you'll notice throughout the course of the conversation, they're not engaging in any of your points. They're just layering their points on top, or you guys are just arguing past each other. Even if you stop and start acknowledging what they're saying, they'll never be able to reiterate or paraphrase what you're trying to say, because they're too stuck into their talking points, and they're just firing rapid fire, and it's just pointless. I know what you mean. It's like we're not talking to each other, we're just presenting, we're not debating.
Well, we describe that as you're not talking to one another, you're talking at one another. And what two people in that situation do, they just wait for you to shut up, and then they just talk. They don't really listen and engage what you said. They just wait for you to finish your turn, and then they just talk. They just say whatever's on their mind the whole time. And so what we're taught to do in debating teams, this is what I was taught to do, is that when you're arguing with someone, when a person makes an argument and then it's your turn to respond to the argument, the first thing out your mouth, or the first couple of things out your mouth, should be a regurgitation of the points that they made. And the reason why you do that is because you want to let the other person know that, one, that you were attentive to what they said and you understand their points. And so once you reiterate their points back to them in a summary way, then you go on to address the points. Because if you don't do that, then what happens is, if you just address their points from the get-go, they can slip it through the back door and say, nah, you didn't understand what I was saying, man, or whatever, and this and that. So you get that out the way first. So you let them know that, no, I did understand you, and because I understand you, I still disagree, and here's why. Bam, bam, bam. So that's how an argument is supposed to proceed. But a lot of
what about the person, if they're arguing about 5G, they're throwing something that don't make any sense? Like they would arguing about 5G, and they're asking you, do you understand what the pH value and the electromagnetic charge of a cell is? Do you understand? They're throwing some nonsensical things, i.e. brother polite. Right?
Yeah.
How you address that issue? Because I know that you have probably watched a couple of his debates, and then him throwing a fact that sounds like it relates to the topic. But when you rewatch it, you realize that this didn't have anything to do with the topic. How you address that issue?
Okay, now that situation is called appealing to ignorance, because what people tend to do is they assume that the audience doesn't know, or they look for an audience that's in a state of ignorance, and then anything that they say will sound impressive, and then they could keep going on and on and on. So what you do in that situation is you highlight the burden of proof. And so you have to get them to understand that the burden of proof is on the claimant. So every claim they make, they have the burden to demonstrate support for it. So if they say, like, for example, if they say that there's nano robots in the new vaccines, it's their burden and requirement to show that. So now we could say that that's ridiculous, but in an argument before an audience or listeners or readers, you have to point out that, no, you're just not going to make that claim and not support it. So support that claim. Show me where lipid nanotechnology has anything whatsoever to do with robots. And then that when they can't, that's when you proceed forward in the argument, because you have to pause it to show that they cannot do that. They can't show that. And that's how you correct them. Lipid nanotechnology, nano is simply a unit of measurement.
Right, it just means small.
That's
very tiny.
It's very, very small, like microns. Like micron is a unit of measurement, nano is a unit of measurement. So lipid nano simply means a very, very small lipid encasement that they hold in terms of the vaccines. That's what they encase the mRNA code in. Very, 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 very tiny, fat pocket, basically, that interacts with the cell membrane. It has nothing whatsoever to do with robots. But when people hear nano
robots, right?
When people hear the word nano, they automatically think robots,
nanobots,
because of movies.
I saw this Outer Limit episode.
Right.
The Twilight Zone had an episode.
No, listen. I did this literally around 8 people. I was around 8 people, and I heard somebody say it online. So I did a quick experiment. I went into a room of 8 people, just out the blue. I said, "Hey, y'all," I said, I'm gonna say a phrase. I want y'all to tell me the first thing that come to your mind. I said, nanotechnology, go. And every one of them had said something that had to do with robots.
Yeah.
And so right there on the spot, huh?
Tiny robots.
tiny robots. And so right there, I had to correct them. I said what I said to y'all just now. I said nano is a unit of measurement, and technology just simply means technology. Any technology has to do with a very, very minute size. I said it doesn't have to be robots at all, and whatnot. So, but I heard a couple of people talk about the vaccine having nano robots.
That go in and re-engineer your cells and change things.
I think it was polite.
Shit.
That said that, or Unc was repeating what Polite said. I don't know if I heard Polite say it. It was recent. So if that's the case, then that's just absolutely wrong. And I feel sorry for people who believe that and listen to that. You know what I'm saying? So, but who else is in here? Oh, I'm looking at the chat. Hold on. He said, come on with y'all. All they're gonna say is prove me wrong and shift the burden to prove. All right. Right.
So let me add this, because I hear the flu a lot, right? And a lot of these analogies. So now, and people talk about how, like, they bring up the flu as, well, how come they can't get a grip on the flu? They can't get a vaccine for it, and the flu's still around, and blah blah blah. Well, to establish herd immunity, you need a high 80 to 85% people vaccinated. So just piggyback on your post, Joe, which is a great post. We can never get a grip on the flu because 1/3 of Americans don't bother with the vaccine, including myself. I haven't had a flu vaccination in a while either, so I'm part of that third, right? But because of that, we're 66%. So that means we're 22%, somewhere 20% under what's needed. So because of that, a new variant, a new strain will continue to emerge, and we will never get a grip on the flu. So if we want a shot at getting a grip on the flu, we need a high 80 to 85% of the American population taking the flu vaccine, and we just might subdue it.
Yeah. I put a post. The post you're talking about, I was making the point that the longer a virus survives and thrives within a population, the more robust it becomes, in the sense that it will mutate to survive, and it will start to deviate. And even when I say that, right now, I know Facebook post is real short, but that needs explanation, because some people even get that wrong. Even people who agree with it, but they still kind of get it wrong, because people don't understand mutations and what that means, like in terms of the virus mutating. Like, because when we say the virus, it's not just like this one thing, and then it itself is going to mutate. The virus replicates so rapidly in the body and re-replicates. It's like it hijacks the your own cells machinery to just clone itself and replicate galore. And so every replication, there's room for mutation, because the translation or transcription can be altered. You know, it could have errors. You know, we call them errors, mutations. And so what happens is it's not like something mutates, like it's thinking and it's going to be like, all right, yo, when we get into that body over there and that sister over there, we're going to mutate. It's not like that. It's it's the fact that these random mutations occur, and then the ones that survive on to infect other people, and the other ones die off. And so the variant or mutation can proliferate in the community rather than the previous one. So the flu shot, the flu vaccine, will address one version of the influenza virus, but then the mutations will survive that inoculation, and they will survive long enough to infect other people and keep it in existence. But the other one may have died off, but it's still within the family of influenza, so it's still the flu. And so that's what people don't understand, is that because, like you said, herd immunity is not achieved, where we can't get rid of enough of them, then the mutated or versions will survive, and then they come out and infect people, and now they have to invent another shot to address that, and that's why they have every season they have a new flu shot. And me, I've never taken a flu shot. I've never had a flu shot. You know what I'm saying? I've had my childhood inoculations when I was real young, but the flu shot, never took a flu shot. I've never gotten any shot as an adult. I don't travel overseas, so I've never had to be compelled to take those shots where, when you go into other countries and all that stuff. I've never had any of those. I've had my basic required childhood shots, prior to me being an adult. That's it. From adult, I've never had those shots. So I'm part of that number that didn't be a part of that herd immunity for the flu. But fortunately, I've only had the flu one time that I remember in my life. Maybe when I was little, I just don't remember it. But I definitely had the flu before, though. That joke, that's no joke. So anyway, I'm here talking. I don't even know if y'all can still hear me. My internet. Y'all still there?
Yeah, we hear you. We hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So yeah. That's just interesting. So that's why I did that post, though, is so people can come to that realization that and the takeaway from the post, I was hoping that people would read it and understand why we need to fight to eradicate a virus. Like, the goal of epidemiology and epidemiologists is to eradicate viruses or any pathogen out of a population, not out of an individual, but out of a population. It's about that level. On that level, it's about population and not individualism. And that's something else that people have to understand. The moment you mention vaccine, you're on the level of population. You're not on the level of individual, and that's very hard for some people to kind of think to go to that level of thinking where you have to be concerned for your community and your fellow man. Because it's no longer about what you do for yourself and your own personal needs and selfishness. It's a selfless level where what you do can affect other people. And therefore, knowing that, and because you're supposed to care, you're supposed to adjust your behavior. So if we had a population of people that understood that more, the wearing of masks and social distancing aspect would never be a problem. And so that's why in other countries, people get that already. It's part of their culture. So they are more acceptant. You know, they have more toleration for wearing a mask and stuff like that, because they understand that what I do can affect my community, my neighbors, my fellow friends and family and everything. And so they don't have a problem with it. They don't look at it as the government's trying to kill me or take away my liberties and my freedom. You know, forget the mask. The mask is restrictive. It's going to restrict us, you know, and do this and that. Other countries don't have those kind of paranoia thoughts like that. You know, some do, but I'm saying like China, for example, Japan, Taiwan, where they wear masks even before the pandemic. And so masks to them was like, hey, all right. You know, so that's the, you know, that's the point of my post, was so people could start looking at it on a community level. You have to. And I asked people about the SARS-CoV-2. Would, you know, it's a lot of people behave around it and treat it based on their views of it. Because if you swap SARS-CoV-2 for the human immunodeficiency virus or whatever HIV stands for, people will act different. People will behave different. If SARS-CoV-2 had the same description or results to the human as HIV virus does, everybody would be acting and behaving differently. Because number one, how many people would knowingly have sexual intercourse with a person who they know is infected with HIV?
Nobody.
Right.
Not I. I know some assholes and some ruthless people, so I can't even say nobody. Not I.
Right.
I say nobody, because I get it. Like my boy Ujawa was talking about earlier, you're semantic. I can never say nobody. Now he knows I mean generally speaking, but he would take that literal. You mean nobody? Speak fine. So yeah, I'm saying generally speaking, that the average person will not do that with that foreknowledge. They're not going to have intercourse with somebody who they know have HIV. Okay.
So let's take it.
But realistic, I've had this conversation, and I've actually heard it ignorant. I mean, I've heard someone express that just because you have sex with someone with HIV or AIDS doesn't mean that you're going to get it. And I was done with the conversation after that, and I'm not even going to argue that point. But for them to say that, it's like, okay, you got it, bro.
Hey, the watcher, I really believe that there's some people who are so much in love that they will go out with their partner. You dig? I believe there's some people out there. Look at what y'all.
Okay, I was gonna say that's like the bottom step question. Would anybody knowingly have sexual intercourse with a person who they know for a fact is infected with HIV? And so y'all gave the answer to that. So the next step.
You're wrong. I used to work with the HIV program. I used to do that for years. And people do have sex with people who are HIV positive who they know are HIV positive.
Okay,
More than you think. More than you think.
Now,
knowingly.
That's why I took it back.
Knowingly.
I noticed I'm out there.
Knowingly. More than you think.
That's that's a very, very small minority according to like the population. Very, very tiny percent.
Is there any data or research on the percentages of people who actually get infected with regards to having sex with someone that's HIV positive?
So let me say this real fast, please.
Okay.
There's no guarantee that because you have sex with somebody with herpes, crabs, chlamydia, that you get it, HIV, you get it right every time you have sex with them. There's no evidence that supports that.
Right.
So the answer.
I was just asking if there's any data, to that.
But here's the thing. So, I mean, Stu Pease, you made a great point and I think that's why Unbiased qualified when he said nobody.
Right.
But so yeah, you have people out there, but the point is is that, well, you know, he already made that point too, is that's a very minority of people that we're willing to take that risk, because it's really a factor of risk. And so but the next step is that you have more people. Okay, you have the next step is that, or the question would be, would people have sexual intercourse with somebody that they did not know that they had HIV definitively, but it's a possibility they do? And so and I'm gonna skip the rest, but I'm saying there's certain layers of it. And what I was getting to is that you have what's called levels of risk that people are willing or unwilling to take. And so if you take those risk levels with HIV and you overlay it with a discussion on SARS-CoV-2, they don't match up. The behavior is not the same. And so I always use that as an example, because I tell people that if SARS-CoV-2 had the same descriptions and interactions with the human as HIV does, people will behave differently. And so, and that what that proves or shows is that it's the level of knowledge that people have of the virus, what it does, and how they view it. The severity of it will dictate their behavior and their outlook on it. And so all those people who are anti-maskers and anti this and that means that they don't view SARS-CoV-2 with the level of concern or reality of what it is than, you know, the other people. And that's what it comes down to. And so how do we fix that? So you fix it by educating them, but, you know, and then you can weed out, okay, people, even try to educate them, then, you know, these people are just stuck, and now you know how to deal with them, you know.
No, but Wajau, there's always a percentage of the population who do not care. There's always a percentage of riders who ride motorcycles who don't like to wear helmets, and every chance they get not to wear a helmet, they're not wearing one.
Yeah.
Right. So we know that those people exist.
And you're right. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And those are called cutoff points. You gotta cut that off. You gotta cut people like that off or cut that out. So, but here's the thing: people that fit in that category, unfortunately, and you know, I do my best not to ever think like this for those people, is that those kind of people need to experience something themselves before they change their stances and things like that, or a very close, valuable person to them, a loved one or something. You know,
again, Wajau, you're wrong, because I can bring up drunk drivers, persons who meet in accidents, drunk drivers, oftentimes meet in more than one accident. The same person who killed somebody 2 years ago, police stopped them this year, and they're driving drunk.
Well, okay. No, but see, okay. I get what you're saying, but you can't say that I'm wrong, because I can show you many cases where I'm right.
Where the reference is right. It's true. You're right.
I guess the correct way to say it, because I'm not saying this is an absolute thing with all humans on the planet. Right. So I'm about to say like unbiased. So when I say people, I'm just going with the preponderance, the percentage. There's way smaller amount of people who don't experience something directly that won't change. But you're right. I'm not saying you're wrong, because you're right. There are definitely quite a few people out there like that, but they're in the minority. They're in the minority, because I know people personally who joked around with SARS, you know, thought it was a hoax, you know, was talking about the whole 5G thing, and then they themselves got infected and had a serious fight. And now they got a whole new look on it. They got much respect on it, and they don't wish it on nobody, and this, that, and the third, because they had to go through it themselves, unfortunately, you know. And there's a lot of people like that. But you're right, though. You're right. There are people that will experience something close to them, but it won't be them themselves, but it'd be somebody close or a friend, and something happens, and then they themselves over time will end up doing the same thing. They ain't learned their lesson, you know. But that's true for a lot of things. Like I could see a friend, like, you know, when you're young, you could see one of your friends fall off the monkey bars, and then and then you later on and do something stupid and you fall off and hurt yourself with the same, doing the same stuff. It's it's people just mature differently, even adults, so. But it is different when it happens to yourself, though. When it happens to yourself, there's layers to it. Self, and then your nuclear circle, then the next circle, next circle, next circle. So there's degrees. There's always degrees to it, And some people, it gotta happen to them, man. Some people gotta touch that hot iron. Some people gotta touch that hot iron themselves for them to know that bad boy will burn. I always tell people I do not have to get hit by 18-wheeler to know that it hurts and it could kill. You will never see me having a need to get hit by 18-wheeler.
Look, Mujao, let's put it on the table. Let me re-ask the question. If it wasn't for the political divide and need to open up the country, do you think that how people view this COVID would have been different?
Ask it again.
The political divide which occurred, right? Some people wanted the country to open up. As a result, information was not given out. Full information was not given out as to the extent of this disease. So some people believe that it's a hoax because the politician never expressed the seriousness of the disease.
Oh, right.
Right? Do you think that was a contributing factor to how the disease was perceived or is perceived now?
Oh, most definitely. And I'm gonna do you one. I'm gonna do you one better. There are immunologists, virologists, and epidemiologists who all three disciplines agree. Of course, hindsight now, but they all agree that if the United States of America would have locked down unanimously across the 50 states, would have locked down at the same time, all it would have taken was 30 days, 60 days at the very, very top. And we would not be in the situation we're in right now. The pandemic would not have hit the United States, and we would not be arguing and having these conversations, and people wouldn't feel this way and that way because the virologists step in to explain the nature of viruses. A virus cannot survive without having a new host. So if the country would have locked down for 30 days, a virus can only survive a maximum of about 30 days as a species within any given population if it doesn't have new hosts to bounce off of. And so if the country locked down for 30 days total, the total country, all 50 states, locked down for 30 days, this virus would have been locally eradicated, because it would have no new host to infect, and it would die out. And so that's all it would have taken. 6 days max. They stretch out to 60 max. And that's just giving a room for error for people who being stubborn. But if everybody did the right thing and shut everything down, stayed locked down for 30 days, we would rather have 30 days of a lockdown sacrifice versus a whole year of this mess. Over 25 million people infected and over 400 and some odd thousand deaths, and 2.2 million people died globally. 400,000 just in the United States. 20 million people infected in the United States. We would have none of these numbers if that's the case. So all of them agree with that. The wearing of the mask, and this is another thing, people focus on the mask. They don't understand that the mask was one part of a 5-part recommendation that got narrowed down to 3: wearing the mask, socially distancing, and washing your hands as frequently as you can. That's the main 3.
Avoid large congregation.
Yeah, that's part of social distancing.
Right.
So that was the thing. All we had to do was do that for 30 straight days at the same time, and see the way the country, like to your point, the political divide and the fake news and all this other stuff, it caused the country to sporadically do that at different times, different states and stuff like that. And it kept the virus alive. People don't understand the nature of viruses. That's where virologists come into play. And then the immunologists come into play and explain the efforts for vaccinations, treatments and stuff like that. But the epidemiologists, they look at the whole population and they set guidelines to say, okay, this is how we're going to deal with it. See, the virologists explain the nature of the viruses. Epidemiologists explain the nature of how the strategies on how to eradicate it. And that's when the immunologists come in with the actual products to do it, to execute it. And so those three branches of microbiology and stuff, that's paramount. But no, people don't listen to those folks. People listen to the quacks on YouTube and pull up these websites and all this other kind of stuff and everything. You know, that's the three people we should be listening to.
We need, you know what, John? We need to ask those people who in the beginning were telling us that melanin prevents us from getting disease.
Oh my God.
To now explain themselves. No, we need to go witch hunting, you know, and burn people at the stake, you know, honestly, because they were dangerous to the community. You know what people...
you do you know that happened to be scientifically the opposite? Like that claim is not only wrong,
right,
but it's the opposite, because the higher amount of melanin that a person has, the most likely they're vitamin D deficient. Right. And vitamin D deficiency over a prolonged period of time, it causes your immune system to be compromised. It's not functioning optimally. Mm-hmm. And therefore, if you get infected, at the moment of infection, that's the snapshot of your state of health. And that's going to determine, that's the first determiner on the severity of how you're going to fight through the infection, is that snapshot. Whatever state of health you're in, the moment you get infected. Because it takes 14 days for your body to mount an acquired immunity. Your innate is kicking in right away. But that antibody production, it takes 14 days at the least before they can proliferate in your body enough to make a difference. And so that within that 14-day period, that initial infection, that snapshot of your state of health, that's going to determine how those 14 days are going to go. And that's where the severity, you got 3 phases with those 14 days: the initial, the middle, and then the end. And depending on where you are. So all these people who are on this, take your echinacea and stuff like that after you get infected, nah, the snapshot has already been done. The picture's been taken. You know, whatever state of health. Yeah.
But when we're going to hold them accountable? Huh? When we're going to hold all of these people accountable?
Oh, well.
We're going to still allow them to come in the community with another crackpot, lead in the paint, prevent 5G.
Yeah, good luck with that, man. That's why I say I don't tolerate it, but I don't have any platforms or something to even execute anything like that. But it's just frustrating. It's just sad that
no,
people
but we need to call them out. Anytime them come out to the crowd, we need to say, where is the explanation how Jesus don't come yet? You said that Jesus said Trump is going to win.
Right.
Yeah.
Explain that, please.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's like when you push it back in their face, like, all right, well, you getting on vaccines and their limitations, but what about your higher power? Like, what are they doing to stop the spread of COVID-19?
Yeah. That's sad. You know,
and I want to piggyback. So most people confuse the role of a vaccine, because I hear people say,
"Uh-oh, you still there?"
No, you got a call. Yeah, okay. That is my problem with it, is that I'm looking at the community. And honestly, when I just came into the community and I heard Buzz Lightyear, as uncall him, he sounded great. Yeah. And then when I heard even Jabari, Jabari sounded sensible until you start really getting down into the nitty gritty and say, no, something not right about this.
Yeah. See, but here's the pipeline, right? The reason why it's really ineffective to even try to do something at this point is because what happens is people who have that misinformation and misinformed people, they grow quickly in this social environment because they're promoted, they're on a thriving platform, and then what happens is right before something could clamp down, they branch off and start their own. And they can do that because they already gained popularity, they already gained enough momentum, and then when they branch off and have their own thing, now they're in control of their own thing, and they got the followers and stuff. So even if there was to be a clamp down or accountability, whatever, they don't have to succumb to that. And so the person that you just mentioned is a perfect example. They didn't always have their own channel and big followers and stuff like that. They built that up on a different platform, switched over, and now he's rocking and rolling, and that's just how it goes. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people have done that. So the thing is this, it's real simple though. And I'll use the example of men and women. Like men, there's a lot of men who or young men who wear their pants saggy, right? Sagging. Now, the only reason why the young fellas do that is because the women that they're trying to appeal to and stuff tolerate it, and then switches over to liking it. Like that becomes the norm. But if the women did not like it and clown people that did that, then over time the fellas wouldn't do it. They would stop doing it. Because it's a two-way street. You only do something that you're going to get away with, and you're only going to do something that's going to impress the women, impress the girls and stuff like that. Because if it doesn't, you're going to change up. You're not going to do that. I don't know anybody who will walk out their house never wearing deodorant and real funky. Because that's not the end thing. That's not norm. Like a lot of women will just tell the brother, like, nah, man, you funky, get away from me, or whatever the case is. And they had to switch up. So you wear some nice cologne.
But Wajao, I have to disagree with you. I don't disagree with everything. I have to partially disagree with you on that point.
Oh,
because
what's that?
even sagging, I know that part of it is a woman, and I agree with you on that. But sagging is the longest fashion trend in the Black community. I think sagging as a fashion trend is going on longer than Jordans are in style. Sagging is going no.
Nah, man. Listen. Wait. Hold up, Stu. Are you in Jamaica now, or are you in the United States?
United States. When sagging started 1990.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes. Sagging started
Okay. No.
As a fashion trend?
No.
Yes.
No. Let me clarify. Wait. Let me clarify what I mean by saggy, because I think you're talking about in the early, the golden age of hip hop, people wore oversized and baggy. See, it was called baggy. Like we wore baggy clothes and like 2 sizes bigger than what we should be wearing, and
your pants were still falling down.
No, we had belts.
No, but listen, like straight up and down. The sagging I'm talking about is the sagging of the pants to where your boxers are showing, your underwear are showing, and it's showing like big as day. Like that's the fashion. Like we didn't
remember.
That didn't happen in
No. Of course it happened. You ready? What's the guy who started Planet of the Apes? What's his name?
Who?
The white boy who started Planet of the Apes.
Charles Heston or whatever?
No. I'm talking the modern Planet of the Apes. He was in a rap group. No, he's an actor.
Oh, Marky Mark and the Fun Bunch or whatever?
Marky Mark and the Fun Bunch. Remember Marky Mark Calvin Klein advertisement?
Yeah.
Remember how he was wearing his pants?
No, but see, but wait, Stu, wait. See, that's not fair because see, you can't okay, that was advertisement and they're advertising. So like a they're gonna show the underwear because they're gonna advertise Calvin Klein underwear.
Right, but guess what was happening? As a result of that ad, black kids who wore Calvin Klein drawers, the world had to see that they had on brand name drawers.
But
So
okay,
they started sagging then.
But
Remember,
here's
go
the
back,
point.
go back.
No,
And you remember
I know,
it?
but here's the thing. Okay, there has to be a beginning to it, yes.
Yes.
But 1990s is going too far to call it.
But that is when it started in the 90s,
no, but,
early 90s. I'll go far as 89.
Okay, but no. See, I'm gonna tell you, you're gonna find isolations like that, but you can't call it a trend like how it is today, like in modern times. Listen, the sagging of the pants is so common now that it is like designers have actually even designed jeans to where the pockets are where they would be sagging, but the jeans are all the way on.
Facts.
It changed the fashion industry now. Like it's totally different. So I mean, I understand what you're saying because it has to start somewhere, but no, but in the 90s, listen.
Can I point out a differentiation?
No, listen, I graduated from high school in 89. So when the 90s was around, I was fully aware, right? And nobody around me, nobody in the media or anything ever promoted.
Which state were you in? New York?
Now I'm a whole DMV, DC, Maryland, Virginia area.
Grew up in
Washington.
You're sagging then. Things are sagging.
Nah, listen.
Can I point something out? I hear what both of you guys are saying, but can I point something out? It may be irrelevant.
I lived in I lived in the I live in the blackest city.
You're sagging. Trust me.
I lived in the blackest city in the whole United States, Chocolate City.
But New York dudes are sagging.
You say what?
Things are sagging. New York dudes are sagging that time.
No, I know, but it wasn't the same. Like right? Okay.
Can I give an example? Just real quick.
Yeah.
Just what I'm trying to say is because I've seen I'm just gonna speak to my region on the West Coast. What I've noticed on the West Coast, especially like maybe mid 90s to 2000, people were sagging, but most of the sagging that I saw, they were wearing boxer briefs, so you really couldn't see their ass like that, or they had wife beater shirts on that were tucked in. And their pants were kind of sagging in that manner. Now what I'm seeing is like you can see niggas whole like almost 3/4 to half their ass cheeks, and they wear the belt tight, intentionally hanging off their ass. I think there's like a big difference between what was happening in 90s and 2000 and what I'm seeing like 2020. Like what Jawa said, the jeans are made to replicate they're hanging off your ass. And there's certain jeans that are skinny that are bought that aren't designed to go all the way on your ass, and they're name brand.
Okay, so check this out. This is what we could do. We could take snapshots from 1989 and look for pictures and show the fashion social change, the change in fashion from 89 up till today, the prominent, like the year of 89, what was the prominent fashion, and then 1990, the prominent fashion. We could do that for every year from 89 all the way up to today, and I guarantee you that you're going to see a dramatic change when you get closer to today.
And that's what I'm trying to say.
But wait a minute. You got to understand, because listen, in the fashion industry, a lot of money was wasted back in the 90s in the fashion industry in general. And here's why. Because during hip hop, breakdancing, b-boying, and all that whole era, the golden age of hip hop and stuff, the fashion was in order to make the fashionable clothes, there was a lot of material used. Why? Because everybody wore bigger pants than their size. They wore bigger jackets and bigger shirts. So if you naturally wore a medium, you would buy a double XL or an XL, and the shirt would be big, the pants would be big. So even if the pants sagged, the shirt would still cover it because the shirt itself was big and long. Remember those long white shirts, those long colored shirts back in the day?
3 for $10.
Yeah,
Right.
they were long, and you tuck your jeans, the bottom of them, in your boots, Timbs and stuff. So it was real big. So it was different. It's a different style. So now we got the saggy pants that's made. The waist is made real tight to fit under your butt cheek, and then the pants leg themselves are skinny jeans. They're tight.
Right. Thank you. Thank you.
Tight.
Like they make them like they look like they're made not to be on your ass, and those are the
No.
expensive name brand ones.
No, but what, and then to compound that, what people are doing is if they wear a size 32 jeans, now they buying a 30 and 28. So it's the opposite end. It's the opposite end. They don't want them to come all the way up on their waist. And
Right.
So it's different. You know, it's different now. But anyway, but my whole point though is when it comes to social change, it's always a two-way street. And I'm saying that. And I use that as an example because guys do things that they feel are fashionable with the women and vice versa. But it's more so the guys because there's a lot of women who claim that they dress for themselves. They don't dress to impress men and stuff like that. So, that's a whole other conversation. But
I call bullshit.
She got nothing on though.
but guys generally do things to impress the women or things that they think that women will like you get a fresh outline in your hair, you get some fresh shoes on and stuff like that, you good because women pay attention to shoes, they pay attention to your smell, your cologne, and they pay attention to your outline, your hairline and everything. That was like the three main things that you had to have going on. With women it was in DC, it was all about the earrings, the nails, and the hair, boy. If you could, and a Coach bag. If you could buy a girl a Coach bag, get her some bamboo shoot earrings, and get her nails done, and get that bob hairstyle, get that Chinese bob.
Oh shit!
Get that doobie
with those bamboo earrings, man. You were in. And nowadays, all you gotta do is buy a girl a pizza. And you straight.
Shit. Buy cheap ass
Not over here.
bottle one.
Nah, that was back in the day too, boy. Because back in the days when
Domino's.
I remember when Domino's first became popular, boy. Man, that was an easy ticket to win. The girls over. You just order Domino's and get it delivered to them. You pay for it, but get it delivered to them. Man, you couldn't do no wrong, man. Get that pepperoni delivered.
Facts. Ooh, 2 toppings. You a baller.
I'm gonna tell y'all a quick story. Look, I used to live in an apartment complex, right? And my apartment complex was so big that it was in 2 counties. Like the bottom of the hill was in Prince George's County, and the top of the hill was in Montgomery County, Maryland. And because of that, the building numbers duplicated. So every building had a the same number, but in a different county, but it's all the same apartment complex. So we used to take advantage of that. When Domino's became popular, we used to order Domino's and act like they're gonna go to one building. Domino's used to have this 30-minute or less, or you get it free.
Right.
Like
Yeah.
So we used to order pizza to the other building, but we be in the opposite building. And so they take so long to find it that we always got it free. We always got it free. We used to trick them every single time. You know what I'm saying? And we used to get away with that so much, man. That was just fun, man.
So y'all scamming at a young age?
Yes, man.
Yeah, we were getting those people, boy. We were getting those people. I know we were getting drivers fired because we get pizzas free all the time. We tell them, and see, they don't know it. Like unless they used to the neighborhood, but they didn't really know it. So we say, hey, 1805 Mount Pisgah Lane, apartment 14, but it really be 1805 on the other end.
Yeah.
And so when they go knock on the door, they're like, nah, I didn't order pizza, And what's funny is some of my friends, like some of us, because we all in the same apartments and we know each other. Some of us lived in the same apartment, but the opposite. And so we could plan it. We could be like, nah, hey, look, I'm gonna order pizza to your house. You deny it. but talk to them for a while so that 30 minutes of you be used up, and then then tell them.
Y'all niggas ain't shit.
You talking about ain't shit.
Listen, that was a weekly thing. That was a weekly thing. We did that every week.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I just went online and was looking at some of the pictures of sagging. I didn't go back in time. I was just looking at it. Honestly, I don't know what word to use to describe it. Despicable. Oh, we can't get out of that trend.
That's a good one.
Wait. So you saw what me and the watcher was saying?
Listen, because I live in Whiteland, as my friend from Philly said. I live in Whiteland. Right? And when you live in Whiteland, you're not seeing this in Whiteland.
We accept your apology.
Listen, that's what I was trying to tell you, Stu. I'm like, that's why I had to ask you, are you in Jamaica right now? Are you in America?
No, I live in Whiteland. Right? I live in
Whiteland. Oh my God.
No, that's what my friend from Philly called it. When he come up and said, Stu, you live in Whiteland. He said, white and Spanish people. Right? I'm not seeing this.
That's why I was offended, bro. I was offended. You can't put my generation with these niggas now, cuz I had to interject.
I was feeling.
But the dude's shirtless, like some of the dudes shirtless too.
Facts.
Or the shirts over their shoulder, and the pants and the ass showing like that.
Bro, these niggas is wearing, what do you call them, camis or camisole, whatever it is, where you can see these niggas' abs. It's ridiculous nowadays.
No, but the problem is, you see, black people.
Yes.
One white person can shoot up at school, and he's mentally retarded. His whole race is not judged based on him. But we want to agree on that, They put about 50 years every day,
Stupies, we accept your apology.
That's what
I am so sorry. This is we weren't sagging in the 90s. We weren't sagging in the 90s. We weren't sagging in the 90s. My pants was just a little bit below our waists.
Facts. The shit was on our hips at the max.
I was trying to warn you, man. I was trying to be gentle and tell you that.
What the shit these people doing?
You more mad than we are.
Wait, are y'all talking about fashion now?
I wouldn't call it fashion, but I guess that's what we're talking about.
Well, like the trends, the fads, in men's fashion, but that's stuff like that's been done before.
Not talking sagging. Why is it that we have to do that?
Have to do what?
No, sagging. The
sagging?
Pants below the the pants below the ass.
It's not a have to. It's not a have to, but some people do it.
Hey, so Amber, so this is how it came up. I was using the pants sagging as an example of the two-way street of social change, right? So I was just saying, I was using that to kind of have an analogy situation on how we can quell or crush or start to eliminate the pseudo-isms and the misinformation and stupid people being made famous. So I was just saying that when it comes to fashion, young guys will do things that they feel are impressionable on young women, or that young women would be impressed by or allow and like. So if I was saying that if the young women would clown the guys that you wore their pants sagging and stuff, and they did not like it, then over a short period of time, really, the guys would just stop doing it, because they're not doing it. They're doing it, for that social interaction with women. And if women didn't like it, they wouldn't do it. And so I was saying the same thing with scholarship and stuff like that.
I don't know. I think women adapted to that. I don't think that was something that was started by women and fueled by women. I think they just adapted because the niggas that was desirable and had the money was the niggas that was sagging.
No. So wait.
That's a valid point. But well, I could say more so now.
Let me clarify. I was not.
Oh shit, he cut out.
No, I was. Can y'all hear me?
Now we can.
Oh no, I just want to clarify. I wasn't saying that women started it or anything like that. I was saying that the buildup of tolerance that women had, it flipped it, and that's what I mean by two-way street. Women didn't start it; guys started doing it, but then women accepted it, and then it started to be tolerated, and then it flipped the other way, where guys started doing it because of that, and that's how a lot of things go. You know, it becomes the norm. It becomes tolerated, accepted, then norm, and then it starts to go. And all I was saying is that if women gave a pushback, because like you just said, the way you explained it was okay. The guys that was appealing and had the money or whatever, they start doing it, and so the women almost compelled to just tolerate it, and then that becomes the thing. But had that not happened,
you cut out, bro. You did the Megatron.
Clowned it, rejected that look and everything. Oh yeah, it's
you did a Zen just now with Jawu.
Yeah, you was talking and blanked out.
I get what you're saying, and I'm not saying like that's wrong or you don't have a point, but I just think that more often than not, women take their cues on what they accept or behavior from men. It's not really the other way around. Men pretty much set the standards, and women kind of conform to them. So while I understand what you're saying, in theory, it's great, but
we're saying the same thing. No, we're saying the same thing. I'm saying what you just said. Men set the standard, but then women's toleration of it perpetuates it and allows it to grow and scale up. And what I'm saying is that if women didn't tolerate it, yes, men set it, but if women didn't tolerate it, men will unset it over time, because men do things to impress women, or they will try, in fashion. Oh, I cut out again
a little bit, but you picked right back up.
Well, see, that's kind of where I don't think men do things to impress women, because typically female behavior, women are so conditioned in this society to automatically look at themselves as the inferior of the two, whereas men aren't even trying to really appeal to women anymore. Just by virtue of being a fucking man, they're gonna appeal. So they're appealing to other men to be accepted in the in crowd. So I mean, that's just the standard is so low now.
Well, Amber, would you say men are competing against men?
Yes.
Okay. So
you're right. Amber, that is so prolific.
Okay, so hold up, wait a minute. Okay, so I want to remove the word compete, because I'm saying appeal, not compete, because men do compete with other men, but now we got to say straight men.
Thank you. What I'm saying,
don't appeal to
men
other
don't
men.
have to do anything at all to appeal to women. If they're a straight man in this day and age, most women, they're going to appeal to them in some way, shape, or form. Now, the only reason why a guy would not appeal to a woman is if he's not appealing or able to compete with other men. Right?
See,
they don't want to be with the nigga that's considered the bum ass nigga of the crew. Not necessarily that they wouldn't fuck with him if other niggas fuck with him. If he was a bum ass nigga with cool friends, guess what? She would fuck with that bum ass nigga too. Like it's not even. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. Like, I understand what you're saying with the whole women should raise the standards, and if they said change their standards, then men would change their behavior. But what I'm saying is, it's gotten so bad to where women have this pretend standard, but it's not a true standard, because Soon as he gonna meet that standard, then they raise it a little lower, a little lower, a little lower. So at this point, it's just be a man that's straight and halfway is interested in me, and I'm interested in you.
What state is that in?
Let me further explain.
I think y'all both are right, because I see it both. I see it both ways. I see that women standards are low, and this is how bum niggas can go ahead and slide in and get a date. But I also see it the way Amber is saying it. The women, I see women are tired of waiting. They're sick and tired of being sick and tired. You know, the first guy come to them, I'll take him. You know what I mean? So I see it both ways from what you're saying. Well, both of you are saying.
Okay. Well, here's my point though. Regardless of what brought us here, because it's two things. Because like I have my entire life experience and my entire environment that can attest to the fact that us guys, the majority of things we did in the interaction of between the sexes is to appeal to girls. You know, even the type of car that we gawk over and want. Like back in the day, it was all about getting a Jetta or a 4Runner. Why? because the girls in the neighborhood wanted guys with a 4Runner,
Jetta.
You know, Volkswagen Jetta and stuff, and all that, or Nissan.
It was one more car, like
black 1990 Nissan Maxima.
Maxima.
Oh yeah, the Maxima. Oh yeah,
Nissan Maxima. You in there?
The Maxima.
Yeah, but that was then. Amber's talking about
that's what I'm saying. Like I know that once upon a time, like that was a thing. I'm just saying that's not like a thing anymore.
No, I know. So what I'm trying to say is, because y'all we're saying the same thing, and that's my point is that the reason why that's not the same anymore is because of social change. And what I'm saying is that the social changing is a two-way dynamic. It's not one way. It's a two-way dynamic that works together. And all I was saying was, if by chance, because it doesn't happen, I'm not saying this is the reality, but I'm saying if women were to shun them, and we were using the skinny jeans and the sagging pants as the example. So if the majority of women, young ladies and stuff like that, rejected and clowned that look today, and I'm not saying that they do, but if they were to do that, I'm saying that would socially change the fashion of those skinny sagging jeans over time, and it would be a fairly short period of time for that to happen. And we see it in other areas, but I'm saying if that were to happen, that would affect change. And so if you take that and lump it over into social media, social conscious community and this misinformation and these pseudo folks, if the audience stopped tolerating, because it started with Stuppies answering the question, when will we start holding people accountable and stuff? And I was saying that it takes the onlooker and audience to make a stand, to say, okay.
I agree. Who's that going? Indigenous?
The person who just came in last.
They gone now. Oh shit.
What y'all?
Hey, we're not tolerating that. We don't like that. We're gonna shun and clown that. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Man, I'm probably go out and come in. But let me just say this. The point is, and how it would work is if a popular person on social media says that nanolipid particles is really robots being injected into your body, and then the same person is talking about 5G is the cause of the virus and COVID-19 and all this and that, and then we know better, it's going to take the audience to not tolerate that. That's how we hold people accountable and responsible, by saying, listen, you're wrong, we're not going to tolerate that, and we shun it and clown that. Then over time, that's going to change the climate. It's going to change the climate. But I'm gonna pop out and come back in because I don't know what's going on with my connection.
Well, I'm not gonna lie. Nas sag a little bit, so I don't give a fuck what nobody talking about. Shit, he ain't sagging to his ankles, but he's sagging a little bit, and I like it.
You prove what y'all punch.
You said your man or your son?
I said Nas. Nas.
Oh, you said Nas. Oh, I thought you said Mines.
Yeah.
Nas the rapper. Okay. What about Lil Wayne sagging with his skinny jeans?
Lil
and
Wayne,
his
I
ass
don't care
clearly
what he
out.
wear. He would never be nothing I would be interested in. I don't
Okay,
give a
so
fuck.
you're more interested in Nas. What if Nas was wearing that shit?
That ain't his style. So I mean,
So you went straight into defense mode instead of acknowledging. I said, what if? Nigga, I ain't even
we don't
entertaining
have to
that.
talk about that because it ain't his style. If was a fifth, we would all be drunk.
I would take that right now, though. That's never a deterrent to me. Whenever people like, if it was a fifth, okay, bring in the fifth, then, my nigga.
No, but
Yeah, I'm gonna say as long as the sagging continues, it's going to be acceptable, just like everything else. Because you remember, you have new generations being groomed into this from day one. Since they could speak, English, they could pronounce words. They're seeing sagging. So as long as it continues, it's going to be the norm. And then anybody who has a problem with it is going to be outside the norm, and you're going to be the weirdo.
That I am.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it'll change eventually. Hell, nothing stays the same forever.
Or it won't.
But how many years, Amber? Let's say 10 years.
I don't know how many years it's gonna. Like my son don't sag. My 17-year-old, he don't sag. He doesn't desire to sag.
Because you don't allow it.
Huh?
You don't allow it. Some even if you don't say it to him, subliminally you never allow it. So it wasn't something that he did.
It's not even that. See, he's thin, right? He's tall, thin, small frame guy. He don't like his clothes to be big. It makes him look smaller. So he don't like that. He rather his stuff to fit the way it's supposed to fit, so that way he don't look as small. If anything, hell, and I ain't gonna even say too tight because he don't want them too tight either, because it show that he is small. So he like his stuff to just fit. He not doing all that.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, I want to say this. I want to say that class of '95, right? We were sagging. Like guys my age act like they didn't sag. We were sagging. We just sagged differently. Like our ass wasn't showing. So Amber, what we have is we'll have jeans on, then we'll put sweatpants over the jeans, and then we'll sag the sweatpants. You dig? So and when we bend over, you'll see the jeans underneath. And we did that mainly, I think, for gym, to be honest, because we didn't feel like getting undressed. We throw the sweatpants over, and that became like the style to some degree. And then it went from jeans under the sweatpants to shorts. It was shorts, like basketball shorts, underneath the sweatpants. And that's how we sag for the most part. I don't remember too many people sagging with their ass or the drawers. And somebody said boxers, they're right. It was boxers first, and now this guy's doing briefs. But I'm telling you, we had sweatpants over our jeans because
Did you guys?
The East Coast is cold as hell. Say that again?
That's what I was gonna ask, because that sounds backwards to me. But again, you guys were on the East Coast. On the West Coast, it was actually like we would have jeans and then like a pair of gym shorts under, or double gym shorts, because if you were going to practice or if you were hooping or whatever. So we have a pair of, like, I don't know if it was And1 or whatever the Nike shorts were, but we would have like a regular size, and then we would have like a longer size. But you was not seeing our draws. Maybe the boxer briefs, but no, boxer briefs, but not just whitey tighties and looking at ass cheeks.
Yeah, and when I was in school, honestly, the niggas that sagged was the dusty ass niggas. Like the niggas that sagged their pants. It was a different. You could get the sag look without actually sagging and showing your underwear. Like it's just about the style of the jeans that you buy with the lower crotch, where you have that kind of effect without your pants hanging off your ass. So the niggas actually sag. They were sagging because their shit was flooding. That's why they was really sagging.
Whoa.
Facts. So
that's what I was gonna say. Like some niggas were getting hand-me-downs from their older cousins, so it was oversized, or they were flooding, like what you're saying.
Yeah, so
that was me. And so what she's saying, I'm like, that was me. Like I was the shortest brother. I was undersized for large of my life. I used to wear their clothes, and she's right. Big shirts, big jeans, belt, look all funny and shit. But she's right. I used to wear my brother's clothes. That's right. Because if they had My mama, I mean, you know, that was just it. I was like a geek, and they were like cool. I would wear their clothes.
Yeah, but
So
like
you're right.
the sitting them right below your waist and putting your belt around your butt cheeks and shit. Nah, that wasn't the move for us.
Yeah, but see, that's funny because that's kind of what Jawi was saying. I just cannot imagine, at least in my generation, going into a classroom or sitting in the back or even in the lunch auditorium or even outside in the quads where somebody was walking with the skinny jeans and the females was not going to roast them because the females was bagging my generation in my high school. Women were way colder with turning dudes down and kicking in their backs with jokes and shit. So it was like women will cleaned a lot of niggas up. Why you wearing that wrinkled ass shirt, nigga? You ain't got no iron. That nigga was not gonna do
I'm
that
pretty
shit
sure
again.
some motherfuckers hate me to this day.
And you probably stepped their game all the way up.
Roast the fuck out of people. Just
and that's what we was saying. Like when women were doing that, look at your ashy ass, and you ain't got no elbows. They niggas washing up and wearing lotion and shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna use Amber's slang right now. I ain't gonna hold you. When I was like a freshman to like 11th grade, like my clothes wasn't up to par like my brothers were, but I had, like you said, I had the hand-me-down, most likely no frills. You know, I was wearing, you know, I'm just be honest. It wasn't until my 12th grade my gear got up, and why Amber? Because I now was able to wear my brother's clothes because they're out of school. So I go in their closet and I wear their clothes, and I can fit the shit now. I'm their height. So I looked at good 12th grade, but before 12th grade, anywhere from 11th grade down, my clothes was never up to date, up to style, none of that.
I don't know. I guess maybe dudes is different because I was the friend that had the good clothes, and then me and my sisters, we could share clothes. Like, so even when I never went to school with both my sisters, but they went to school together, and sometimes they would wear each other clothes, and I mean, who would really care? Nobody would say nothing. And then on a day, like if they actually had the same shit, they would just dress like twins on that day. Well, you know what? I'm not gonna lie. Me and my sister did go to school for 1 year. Her senior year, I was a freshman. So we did the same thing. I would wear her shit, but I mean, who gonna say something? Because you can come look at my closet and I got plenty fucking clothes. But if I want to wear something to my sisters, I'm gonna wear something to my motherfucking sisters. Fuck what you talking about?
Right.
And my friends used to wear my clothes. Now, truth be told, some of them they would just keep it because they just didn't keep stuff the way I kept it. Like I was so you wear it and you bring it back to me. Oh nah, baby, you can just go ahead, hang on, and that's yours now.
Men don't do that. Men don't let other men wear them clothes.
Yeah, well, actually, I did. When I was younger, I can't take that one.
It was a thing in my school. Like literally, like if somebody, like what was it? What was them jerseys? That was in. They like
the throwback and the throwback NFL jersey. Yeah, the vintage throwback.
And if a motherfucker has some shit, they might bring they shit to school, dry clean, let they partner wear it. You know what I'm saying? Like it wasn't no secret. Motherfuckers knew, like, oh man, you got the last one. Like you gonna have to let me get that. And we had a term for it. We called it sourcing clothes. That's what the fuck we called it. Like, wow. You source that. You source that from such and such. Like that's what we called it. It wasn't even no secret.
High school source up. We could not do that at our school. At my school, you could not do that shit. People know that you're wearing somebody else's shirt.
Roasted.
And stuff.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, Amber. With my school, I'm a stupid. My school, if people had known my 12th grade year that most of my clothes were my brothers, like I think I'd have got clowned.
But that just shows you how times change, though. Like our generation made a whole, well, and I'm still in y'all generation, but when I was in school, they made a whole, you know, turn 40 wasn't no secret. Now, what you didn't want is don't come up in here with no fake shit. We used to tag motherfuckers too.
Right.
Slide up and, oh, let me tag you. Oh, that shit fake as hell. Knew it.
Oh yeah, the tag. Oh, you better hide your tag, man. I'm ripping that tag straight off. That Fruit of Loom, you ain't gonna see that. That's gonna come straight off.
You rather get caught in somebody else's shit than get caught with some fake shit. Now that's what we didn't do.
Right.
And
Oh shit, that's funny.
But of
Yeah,
course,
I remember.
it was levels because the people that never sourced nobody, like nobody could ever say I sourced nobody shit. Like not when I was sophomore, junior, senior, and even when I was me and my sister, they didn't know who had what. Everything we wore was fly, so who gives a fuck? Like if it was her sisters and she wore it, like who cares? The shit raw as fuck.
Something that I've realized, like black kids going to high school now is facing a lot of stressors, a lot of stress. Because if you're not wearing the new Jordans or the new LeBrons, you're getting called out, you're getting laughed at, you're getting picked up, you're not a cool kid. And so I see kids now trying to buy those $200 and $300 sneakers, right?
Yeah.
And honestly, they cannot be justified. It cannot justify it.
I don't know, man. I got 9-year-olds buying $200-$300 shoes just to be on the club team because you are not going on a basketball court, so they will roast you. The opponents will roast you. You know what I mean? Oh, you got the Jumpmans on. Oh, those Jordans, the $100 Jordans. Oh, look at this. Like it's ruthless now. We're in a different era. I don't even try to explain it anymore.
Now I'm not gonna. I think it depends on who you are though, because like now my kids ain't never gonna be in no buddies or nothing, but I'm not the every pair of Jordans kind of mom, and my son ain't that kind of kid. He'll wear New Balance, he'll wear J's, he'll wear Air Force Ones, he'll wear Timbs, he'll wear some polo boots or something like that. Like, and ain't nobody.
But the variety saves it though. Like if you have a variety, then you'll get a pass because you're wearing different type of shoes with different type of clothes. But I mean, if you have like 1 or 2 pair of shoes and that's all you rocking, then it got to be scaled because the vultures are out there. Women,
well, that's true.
You will get roasted. Like, nigga, you had that shit on yesterday. Like niggas will roast. And I'm a coach and I be feeling bad because in my position now, it's kind of dog eat dog. I have to harden them up. So I can't come in there caping and saving the kids all the time. So sometimes I sit back and let them roast and I'm like, fuck, this is where the generation is now.
The dusty kids be the ones that used to could roast a little bit too. They'll try to, they got to learn early. Shit.
Yeah. They probably were the best ones at it because they heard them all.
Yeah.
Yikes. Yeah. Oh man.
My thing is that it's poor kids from poor neighborhood pressuring moms now to buy $300 sneakers that don't. And the thing about it, the sneakers not strong enough to last all year. These Jordan 1 are shit. The same Jordan has released since his rookie year. It's the same. Only thing is different colors. But it's the same style. No.
But be honest. Most people buying the Jordans are adults. Buying the Jordans that are coming out, that the retros and all that type of stuff, most of them are like over 20, 25, 30.
Well,
the younger kids, they're not even rocking Jordans.
When I realized it, there's the same sneakers after my 5th pair. I realized that why do I have 5 pairs of the same?
Because you balling, cuz.
Well, 5 pair of the same Jordan.
Not the same. Oh, that's some bullshit.
They got you.
Yeah, that's some bullshit right there.
50 shit.
No, it's the same sneakers, but different colors.
After your feet stop growing, I feel like why not? Now, to me, it's ridiculous for a child that's still growing to have a closet full of shoes. Like they're gonna constantly be growing. But once I get to a certain level, you acquire shit over time, and if you know how to keep your shit nice, yeah, you might have 5, 6, 7 pairs of shoes, which preserves them because you have more variety. You're not
wearing them every day.
Shoes down all the time.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
That's not nothing crazy. Because if you know how to keep your shit nice, then you gonna have a closet full of shit.
Right, but then you realize that if you're keeping your shit nice, you don't need to have a closet full of shit. That's what I did when I realized. I looked in the closet the other day, and I realized that I had
I'm not gonna lie,
45 pairs of Nike. I packed up a barrel. I sent 20 down to Jamaica and give them away. I said, this shit is no more. I am not buying another one. I have enough sneakers to last the next 15 years.
Now look, what the watcher said, it might be true to that. about the Jordans because when I look at the feet of the youth, like they ain't got Jordans on. They got Vans and like some cheap shit. You know what I mean? Like $30, $40, $80 sneakers, Huaraches. Like they ain't really got J's on like that. And like you said, it might. I ain't do a survey or a poll, but there might be some truth to that. Because when I'm downtown North, that's a big city, and I look at their feet. Ain't nobody rocking some expensive shit. Everybody rocking some like comfortable and what's in style right now. And those Vans seem to be like in style.
Yeah, it's a generational thing.
Yeah, and I like that because a pair of Vans is like what, $75, $59 on sale.
Yeah.
And that is good. That's fuck Jordan. Jordan don't give back none to the community.
And the whole idea behind Vans is that they're supposed to be better the more worn they are. Like that's the style for them to be a little run down and raggedy. So for those kids,
I'm gonna throw up.
You said, huh?
Nah, I can't imagine myself. Like I got so bougie, I can't imagine myself wearing worn down. I got the 2-piece collection. I got I got all the sneakers where none of them they would never run down. Cause I switch up every
Man,
every
I'm
day.
feeling
But
embarrassed.
but listen, let me say this though. I got Payless stuff too. I got Walmart stuff too. And I wear those too.
Only shoes I got is some fucking workout and running shoes, gym shoes. I don't even wear that shit. Boots or some snow boots, shit, some sandals. I'm not doing no fucking.
You don't have some Ugg. Like my sister kids, the father's so bougie, they have like almost Uggs in every color. It was fucked up ugly boot. They live in Connecticut in White Land.
Well, my ex don't have to come out for that because I'm not buying motherfucking the pairs Uggs I did have. He bought them. He was into all of that shit. I'm real. I had my days of dressing, buying expensive shit on my mama dollar. Once I had a child, that shit was a wrap for me. I'm not interested anymore. I can't afford to be, $150 pair of boots and shit. I'm good on all of that. And even when
you said a child broke you. You said
Yeah,
a child broke you. COVID-19 broke me. I like that shit turned me away from. I hate to hear about. I'm like a Hebrew all over again. I hate to hear about money. Money, fuck money.
I feel bad.
I hate to hear about money nowadays.
It's ridiculous because we had our first child, later in life. So I mean, like our shit is ridiculous. Like my daughter's closet, like a lot of share my screen and look at all them fucking shoe boxes. It was just ridiculous because that shit only lasted like, like Ever said, they growing so fucking fast. So I mean, we got foams in there, Jordans and shit. Shit never even been outside. You know what I mean? I could put this shit on eBay. It's ridiculous but then I was younger and I caught myself. We just wasting and burning money. The kids growing for what? But yeah, That COVID put an end to a lot of that frivolous spending.
My first, I did the food. I did all that shit. I had all these newborn pairs of kicks and shit. I was doing food. And shit, he was $2 and $150 coat. I don't know what I was
But hey, who remember the first baby? The first baby you have when you go into the baby store and you buy the rocker, you buy the expensive stroller, the expensive rocker, the swing, the thing that go over the crib, the expensive one, the expensive bumper,
the playpen,
the
bath shits with the little hose that you hook up to the sink. Like that's a hustle, bro.
The little thing that go into the bath so he can sit down while you bathe him so he don't slide down. And then you buy the expensive bottle washers and the expensive sterilizer. And it's like
hypoallergenic wipes, cucumber scent. Yes, my nigga, we there.
Yeah, because some tell you that don't buy the cheap one. The cheap one not good. Buy this one.
But so they ain't though. Now I'm not gonna hold you now. Cheap wipes are cheap.
No, I'm not talking the white.
Pampers.
I'm talking.
You better might as well spring for the best.
I'm talking the gecko. The gecko. And what's the other name for the baby?
Oh, you talking about like the car seats? Graco?
Yeah, the one that the car seat that hooks up to the stroller that you can detach and walk with.
Detach and walk with. The stroller costs $300.
But hold up though, we bought that shit, right?
Though. No,
we bought it.
Were convenient.
But you naive. Well, I don't want to say naive, but I mean, like, you want to do the best for your child, especially if you have the opportunity. But then, right after you end up leaving that shit somewhere, and then you have to buy another stroller, you're gonna go straight to Walmart and buy the little $20 one. Like, man, this is smaller, it's lighter, I can fold it up. Why am I wasting my fucking money on that?
You bought the expensive stroller and it's too heavy to carry around.
Facts.
Then all of a sudden you buy the umbrella one for $20 from Walmart.
Exactly, man. You speaking my language because this shit happened to us a year ago.
No,
guess what will happen?
I can see
Next
when
year,
the child is
you will
like
pack up all of this shit and give it away because you don't have enough space for it.
I can see when the child is 2 or 3, but I'm not gonna lie. Like, so my first one, I bought like the cradle and swings and shit like that, and all the extra shit you talking about, bathtub, all that weird shit.
Yeah, a little bullshit.
So, but like my car seat and stroller, like Graco, I loved it. Like,
yeah, Graco, that's the brand.
They was easy to clean. Yeah. They wasn't that cheap ass fabric, and
it's
truth
quality.
be told, I knew I was delivering at the same hospital with my second that I delivered my first, and they give you a car seat when you leave the hospital. They give you one, so I always had two, and I still bought one because it was just convenient to take them out and just slam them down in the stroller, and I ain't have to worry about fitting this to that or taking them out the seat to put them in the stroller. It was real convenient, and I kept that stroller for years. Honestly, if I would have known I was going to end up having another child 7 years later, I probably would have kept it until I had my second child. But like the
I was gonna put all this shit online
and get rid of it. System, I'm a fan of that. I'm a fan of, if you're gonna spend your money on quality onesies. Spend your money on a good traveling system. Spend your money
3-in-1 stroller system.
Yeah. Spend your money on, if it's your second child or something like that, then because like my second, I bought a crib. Even though my first, I don't think he ever slept in the cradle. Ever. My second, he did sleep in the crib. That was useful. I bought the changing table. The first time around, never bought that shit again. But I mean, it's certain stuff like wipes and Pampers, like that's where you spend your money and you want to get a good quality product. All the rest of that shit is trash.
Yeah, I need the Huggies overnight, stay dry and snug. We're gonna spend $1.
And I was the
Huggies overnight.
I was Pampers diapers, and Huggies wipes. Huggies got the best wipes. Pampers has had the best diapers to me.
Yeah, well, for boys, but for girls, it was Huggies for me, and I have to use actually it's Target's. Target has a brand of cucumber wipes that are the shit. Like, we shouldn't wear diapers anymore, but we still buy the motherfuckers. I don't believe in toilet. I believe in toilet paper, but you gotta have both nowadays. Since I have a kid and we're using these wipes, I'm like, what the fuck? Everybody should be using wipes or get you a bidet. Because toilet paper.
Yeah, I haven't wiped my ass with tall tissue in so long, man.
I got both now. We still buying wipes. I'm like, nah, I'm not giving up that. I like the cleanness. I like being clean.
I'm just
there's a fucking difference. I didn't know. Forgive me.
Oh, minty fresh ass.
Cucumber melon, baby girl. Shit.
No, cucumber, it feels like it has like a
moisturizer type shit.
Yeah, but it also feels like, I don't know, like not minty, but it has like a certain, I don't know, it make you feel
like a fresh, crisp.
Yeah, like a fresh, open, clean feel to it.
The water running naked in the fields. I'm fresh.
Wait, so what's the difference between a pamper and a diaper?
I thought diapers were like the cloth ones.
No, yeah, so diapers are the cloth ones, but I didn't want to say Pampers, Pampers
is a brand, yeah.
Yeah, Pampers is a brand, so Pampers.
Right, yeah, exactly, because we use Huggies, Pampers. But that's what I was told, because I actually didn't know the difference. I'm like, why does it matter if you're a girl or a boy? And it's like, you have to be right in the center and seal on certain sides and all that shit. And with the boys, they pee in the front, so you need all that. I'm like, God damn. I had to Google it to find out, but okay, there is a difference. But again, if you can't afford it, then you're going to get what you can get, and you don't really know the difference. So I can't say anything. But then if I was to have 2 or 3 kids down the line, I don't know if I would necessarily go top of the line on everything like I did. Because now my daughter got some fucking couture boots that go up to, or they're supposed to go up to the knee, but she never fucking wore them. So now it's ridiculous how much shit we done spent. Like I sent them by some pictures. It's just ridiculous the shit that she has up in that closet, didn't touch, maybe wore once or twice, and we spent. But I know if I was to have a second or third kid, that shit would not fly. Fuck that.
Now,
Nah.
good alternative is White Cloud. If you gonna, go, and they might have raised their prices. It's been a while since I had a child.
What's White Cloud?
White Cloud is a brand of Pampers too.
Oh, Pampers. Okay.
Yeah, White Cloud was pretty good, but I like when people used to buy like the cheap. I've seen motherfuckers go in the corner store, buy a pack of Pampers, and I'd be like, "Why are you doing that? You gonna be right back here. You gonna be right here."
Shit.
That motherfucker gonna be falling apart. He getting too long.
Oh yeah. See, I think I did that one time. I remember that. Yeah, fuck that. Yeah, we fucked. Oh hell no. I remember that. Bought some cheap diapers and that shit just super soaked up. Like she knew they were cheap. Like we're gonna break this. The whole shit was wet. Her pants was wet. The fucking seat was. Oh, like, oh hell no.
And
first we thought we put it all wrong. You think you put it all wrong or something? We put it on backwards or we didn't put it on correctly. Like 3 or 4
Man, the
dollars.
baby ain't even got to get wet. The shit just made wrong. Like that shit that you baby in there for 30 minutes. It's like some too big pants. Like them motherfuckers soggy and like what is going on with that pepper?
Shit.
I guess. Hold the days.
Man. So now we're in this rabbit hole. I'm looking up. Where are we going? Come on, Bias.
Yeah, the dude, the video I played earlier on channel, it appears Rockman was there, and Rockman takes some damn pills from the Nation of Islam. So that CK was trying to get the pills out of him, but he kept deflecting. I hate when they do this shit. Oh no, I'm pseudo. Don't worry about it. Nation pseudo. All right, well guess what? We didn't say that. So when he get on this damn thing again, this panel, I want to know what pills are he taking, and are they FDA approved? And what's up with this ivermectin? I ain't done with that, by the way.
Oh my God!
I'm gonna unleash the dragon, Cisco style, on the ivermectin.
You ain't done yet.
Nah, I ain't done. Nah, because I never got a chance to sum it up with him. You dig? So because remember I shut the live down because I was like I was up, and I told the watch. I said, yo, why the hell I shut the live down? Why I just go back to bed? You dig? Like that was goofy.
He put us all on punishment. He took us on.
That's what I told him.
He put us all on punishment.
That's what I said. I said, damn, I'm biased. Why you
do that?
You called me right afterwards. Right afterwards, I'm like, nigga, you just put us all on punishment. No, them niggas go to bed. No TV, no dessert.
I didn't do that. I forgot.
Nobody
y'all do the late hours.
But the killing part is, I waited a second to see like. Because he was like, well, I'm gonna just finish this up, then I can go to bed and this ain't, or say this, or I'm gonna go to bed. So then he was like, all right, I'm done. All right. So whole time I'm over here looking at the phone like, is he unplugging shit? Like, sounds like he's gonna unplug some shit over there.
He lost on the Madden stick. Everybody got to get out the house. His football team.
I hung up like, what the hell I just do? Like, damn, I'm supposed to let
the game system. He unplugging the
game. Mama, Bias cousin got us all kicked out.
Baby.
My man said, you got to read the other 5 links. Like, really? I got to read the other 5 links now, my man. I can't just read one and we deal with that. And that's what made me go, because, when you wake up, y'all know how it is. You wake up and your name is somebody, and your name is a weird dude mouth. You like, all right, let me get this nigga real fast. And then they give you 5 links. You like, yo, so we can't just one at a time. I got just all the 5. I got like, and nobody backed me up. Nobody said, yeah, Rockman, come on, man, let's do one link. When it was like silent, I was like, oh, these motherfuckers against me.
I didn't laugh.
First
I thought
of
I
all-
laughed when that nigga said we got to go back to the 5. I could have sworn I'm known for laughing. I'll laugh at a nigga.
First
You
of
get mad
all,
at
he
me.
came out the room like a parent that overheard their child talking shit. What was that shit you was saying?
Who in
Yeah,
here cussing?
this what we finna do.
Everybody going to bed.
Yeah, cause I heard somebody mention them bias. I heard somebody mention my name.
No, I know I laughed. Right when he hopped on, I know I laughed. Bro, don't make me go to the tape, get you a timestamp.
No, I think you said and then like
I probably did that shit too.
I was
I know I
cracking
laughed because I'm like, this nigga's gonna wake up. You can't say
But-
name.
Because I'm trying to sleep, and I keep hearing unbiased. I'm trying
No,
to
he
sleep. and
started
shit.
off okay. No, first of all, you was listening for a minute because I seen because at first you wasn't muted at all. So then he was talking or whatever, and I seen that little red microphone come on. I said, "Oh, he up his ass listening." He listened. I was like, "Oh yeah, his ass up." that mic just went red.
He's pulling up links.
Oh yeah, I already knew he was back there.
it is something about Rockma and Easy Band. It just pissed me off, man.
But you started out okay. But then I was like, oh, we losing them. We losing them.
The 5
Going,
links. Like,
going,
no, we're gonna
going.
go over this one link. We're gonna go over this one link. You were trying to nail him down at one point. He wasn't gonna do that. You're like, I'm jello,
Yeah,
nigga.
I'm
no.
like, okay. I'm like, all right, but this link, okay, I got the link, I read it. What about it? Nah, I got other links. So we ain't gonna discuss this one. We just gonna I just read it for no reason, and I gotta read 5 more. Like at that point, I was done. Like, nigga,
And
you
you
don't
did
stop,
acknowledge.
man.
You said we'll get to the other 5, but at least let's focus on this one real quick.
Yeah, let's do it one because I know people just go on Google. Now, surprisingly, Easy Band's actually read his link. So when he sent me a link, I'm willing to challenge him that he even read it. But it turned out he actually read it. So I'm like, all right, well, at least he read his links. At least he didn't do a Akachi, don't know nothing prior, can't recall all that crazy shit. At least Easy Band's actually read his links in advance. So
yeah, I'll give Easy
I don't
that.
think he fully grasped what he read, but at least he attempted to. And I had jumped the gun, and I admit I jumped the gun when he researched probiotics. I jumped the gun too fast without hearing him out totally. I jumped the gun too fast, so later on, a couple lives later, I see what he was trying to say. Like, okay, all right, I get what he's saying, but it's like fruitless still. But I wish I was more patient when he first had was reading off some stuff about probiotics.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, Kachi drives me. I was so like, oh my gosh, I'm done here. I'm done.
Which one was that?
That was I can't recall.
Oh, okay.
Say something.
Y'all trying to nail me down to a source. No, nigga, we just need one fact. Nigga, just give us one opinion, one name.
And then immediately after he said he can't recall, nigga, this what you just said. I didn't say that.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah, I remember now.
Umar.
Dr.
Umar. That's him.
Yeah. Okay.
Child.
And guess what? Wait, matter of fact, I'm gonna play the video right here. This is Umar. A short clip. Which this goes against Akachi. Like, this guy's known for saying the absentee parent, the baby dad. Watch this. Now, this video here, I stumbled across this one. This is last year, October. I mean, he went right into it. Straight. Stop saying ADHD. There's no father at home. It was no other issue, right? Just no father. Watch this. that's not it. That's the Lord Jamar interview. All right, I'll find it in a minute. Damn, I had the wrong one pulled up. I get it. But
yeah, because I honestly think he was trying so hard to defend Umar that he wasn't acknowledging anything we were saying. But what we were trying to say is, he kept trying to disassociate his opinion between Umar's, and we kept saying like, no, that's Umar's talking point. He's the only one we've ever heard with that. Ain't no daddy at home. And he was trying to phrase it as if this was conclusions that he came to based off his own experience. He didn't get it from Umar. That's why I think it was so hard for him to give us the source, because all his talking points were Umar based. And he acted like he didn't care and he disagreed, but he didn't get upset until we start bashing. And then he wanted to get in the most charitable position or try to give us these weird questions that were framed as if either he was completely guilty or just had good intentions and incompetent. And I'm like, it's not that simple in black and white. I think maybe could have started out like that for a year or two, but then after 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, you in the hustle and you grinded. You know what I mean? You just sold yourself to it. And he really didn't want to admit that. Because it was like, okay, if you came up with that daddy thing on your own, fine. But where are you getting the other, like what you were asking for, just one scientist, one reference point, one book, just one source so we can look at, just to see where you're coming up with this from. And he couldn't give us nothing. Nothing. That's weird. And he kept trying to frame it as if we were trying to accredit the person. Like, how was he? He was trying to say at first that we were going to critique his source or knock him for not knowing his source. I'm like, we don't even care about your source. And Amber even said it. We'll look it up for you. Just give us something. We'll look it up for you. We're willing to look it up for you. And then he started playing dumb. And that's why the intellectual dishonesty, that sets me off.
Yeah.
He hit all our trigger points. He was not like, when Unbiased read that first article that actually highlighted what the opponent's point of view or people who disagree. And that's what we were trying to get him to understand, but he wouldn't even acknowledge the other side. It was just his side. So when people try to give sources, that shit sets Unbiased off. And then Amber was making points and stuff about the women, as far as like taking a child from the women and shit. And he kept trying to misrepresent or mischaracterize what she was saying as if she was saying something else. And that shit normally makes Amber go off. It was just like, damn, he's hitting everybody's trigger points. Like he watched the show, bro.
Y'all trying to criticize him, and yeah. Like, what is he above reproach? Is that what we're saying? Like, I didn't know he was too good for critiquing.
Right. And we were trying to not even keeping it really about Umar, which is pretty much his actions and what he did. So we wanted to put everything on the table and evaluate his point of view or where he came up with conclusions. But he wanted to make it a debate style and go point for point. And I kept trying to say, like, bro, let's just put the information on the table, and whatever doesn't hold up, we'll just kick it to the side. Let's just try it that way. We're not debating, but he felt like he was going at us. And then he started showing it, because once Sosa got on, then it was like, okay, I agree with Sosa. None of y'all said this, only Sosa said that. And then it was like, I'm like, dude, there ain't no teams. We're just giving up information, and Sosa's fresh in this shit, so I knew he'd be able to say that. Well, no, it's like that. I just feel like you're playing both sides. I'm like, there you go again. You thinking it's sides. We're all sitting at a round table, and you're trying to debate us. Nobody's going point for point with you. We're not debating you.
But say I'm not trying to debate y'all, but then go on to do everything as if it is debate. That's what get me too. They're like, I'm not trying to debate. Okay, well then why do you feel the need to try to disprove every even shit that you know? It's like, he said that. I just read that he said that. Well, I think he's talking about a certain segment. He just said
Amber, he was even doing the opposite. Like, so even when we were trying to say he was trying to discredit that, all right, fine. Then we'll bring up another source. Well, we're not debating, but that doesn't discredit anything I said. Matter of fact, that agrees with what I said. If you want to come with the stance we're not debating, then why are you trying to feel like our points have to either match or disprove you?
Yeah.
You can't just put information on the table and let's evaluate the information solely in its own self.
No, they ain't doing that.
Nah, I gotta get points.
But it got me when this was his source. We reading through your source. Umar makes a statement. This is in quotations. This is a quote from him. And he says, this is not an issue of mental health. This is daddy ain't in the home. And he's like, well, I don't think he means. Why would you have to think about what he means when he just stated very plainly what he means?
Right.
This ain't the Bible. We don't need you to interpret it. He spoke English.
I thought you'd be like, oh, so we're not gonna even acknowledge you just not gonna leave it for what it is. You gonna still try to hypothesize.
Yeah, that set you off, Amber.
Okay. All right.
When you did it the third time, you got a little annoyed. It was funny. That was funny. And then when Sosa came on, this nigga was the voice of reason. Every point Sosa said, it was like, yeah, it makes sense. None of y'all was saying that.
You know, Sosa talked to you like the cool uncle. Well, you know, y'all. Sosa got a permanent laugh in his voice. He make you feel all warm and cozy and shit. Even when he coming at you, he throw a nice little chuckle behind it. You know, take the stink off. So he felt like a friend. He felt like somebody he could trust.
He's just beating up every single one of his points, slow walking them.
Boy.
Yeah. I'm like, Amber clearly said that, but now we don't know what words mean.
None of y'all said the brain was deformed. What?
Really?
What? Would you? Hello.
Did you find that clip?
That nigga fell asleep looking for the clip.
So I was trying to find. So I went back and listened to some different, audios, videos that he was doing, and I was trying to be petty and do like a best of each person. Just weird shit.
Mm.
The best of Indigenous, the best of Easy Bands, Kachi.
Oh shit. You petty motherfucker. You say you're going to, or you're in process?
No, I haven't started yet.
Oh.
So you trying to drive somebody fucking crazy?
Huh. So, Corey asked, Easy Band straight out. He said, "So if I eat yogurt, and you tell me that I can fight off, it's one of the best probiotics. Can you trying to tell me that I can fight off COVID-19?" At that point, when I was rewatching the video, I knew Easy Band had no idea what form of probiotics they were talking about. He was totally he's clueless. So he said, "Yeah." He said, "But I'm gonna read the article." He read the article. It had nothing to do with anything just now. He just read it. Man, I don't know, man. But I'm ready. I'm ready for him. I want that ivermectin smoke. I want that.
Oh, wow.
So anyway, as I was saying earlier, the last guy, Kachi, he kept conflating treatment and cure. I'm like, yo, what the hell are you talking about? Okay, so anyway, when you hear people like Easy Band say probiotics can fight COVID-19 or SARS-CoV-2, whatever, when you hear Akachi say the same thing. No, I'm sorry, not Akachi. When you hear Rockman says ivermectin can fight COVID-19 or SARS-CoV-2. I was joking, but I said, so can bleach. They can fight it. But is it going to win the fight? So that's a whole different ball game. There's many things that can fight COVID-19, but do they win? And the answer is no. They be overcome. Okay, so fighting is nothing. Fighting, that's treatment, by the way. Fighting something is treatment. Kicking his butt, that's a cure. So you got antibiotics, like they don't just fight, they win. Right? The bacterial infection is gone. So when he says cure, you got that, ringworms, you got the cream for ringworms. Those are considered like cures, where it's responsible for eliminating the pathogen. We don't see these studies with ivermectin and probiotics. We don't see these things eliminating the pathogen. So that's why it wouldn't. That's why it will only be registered as fighting. A lot of people fight, but do you win? And the answer is no. So you get beat up. So now a vaccine is just to prevent it all from happening. So there's no treatment, there's no cure. You don't need it because you're vaccinated. So it's a prophylaxis. It starts to defend before the attack even comes. And that's the advantage. Like Dr. Fauci doubled down this morning and said vaccines are the best way to combat a virus. There's nothing better than that.
I just wonder why it's taking so long for COVID to catch these motherfuckers. Shit.
Yo, why crackheads are crazy? The crackheads, these guys don't social distance, they don't wear masks, they do nothing. But they still there.
Are you saying no?
Oh shit.
I hate crackheads.
You know what I am noticing? Everybody's trying to pick up that yogurt tip, or at least what is that? Acidophilus and bifidus, or whatever. That what's his name? Polite was talking about with different type of probiotics now. And
I mean, I don't understand why motherfuckers ain't been eating yogurt though. Like,
because he called you a savage for eating it, or at least he called him biased one when the bias called in and try to reference it. He said, "Oh, that's because when you're a savage." And then now I'm looking at one of his videos, and I even took a screenshot of the picture of the bottle he was recommending. I'm like, wait a minute, what is this? I'm like, oh, god damn it!
It was yogurt. Oh my god!
Did I send it to you? I'll send it to you again.
No,
I sent you the picture because I screenshot it when I was watching the video. Because I'm like, because I pay attention to supplements and shit. So I'm like, what is he on? Then I looked at it, I'm like, my nigga, yogurt? Oh shit.
yeah,
but
I don't know if you was on that night, but I told you I bought that little hummus and them chips and shit.
Oh yeah?
I tried it with something else. I tried it with pita chips. Tried it with something else, like a regular cracker. I don't know. I asked y'all what flavors. Y'all any flavor. That shit.
Amber, I don't know about it.
Amber, you don't have a palate, okay?
You said what?
You don't have a
You gotta develop your taste buds for it. You gotta develop your palate for it.
You don't have a palate, okay?
I
have you ever tried like artichoke dip or spinach artichoke dip?
Yeah, I love it. Got some in the freezer right now.
See, that's what I started messing with when he was saying the hummus stuff. So I was looking at it when I went to the store, and I was looking at the different type of dips and stuff, and I saw the artichoke and then Parmesan. I'm like, let me try this shit. And that shit was fire. And then I tried the spinach and artichoke shit, and it was like, okay. I didn't do the plain hummus. I don't even know if it was hummus. It was some sort of a dip.
I don't know what brand it was, but I tried the spinach and artichoke hummus because I like an artichoke dip. I wasn't a fan. I tried I think roasted garlic and herb hummus.
That's the best one.
The red top one?
It was too garlicky to me. It was way too garlicky.
You don't like
What
garlic?
chips did you use?
I used some pita chips, and then because pita chips was a little too hard, I transitioned over to like regular crackers,
like grits or saltines. Oh.
It was a little too garlicky for me. I wasn't sure, so because I like presentation, so I really didn't want to fuck up the little thing in the middle. But are you supposed to mix it or like? Because I was just like, this is, I don't
bland.
know. That
It's
shit
a
was
dog food.
I
remember my wife tried to get me to eat that shit at first. I ain't eating that dog food. What the fuck is this shit?
Speaking of dog food, see how you do? Speaking of dog food, Rockman wants to take some dog medicine.
It is not just for dogs.
Okay, so when we dealing with ivermectin when it comes to humans, I'm not even sure. I ain't gonna cap. I forgot what it even treats when it comes to humans. What does ivermectin treat when it comes to humans?
I have no idea. I thought he was talking about a wormer for dogs that helps with their intestines. And
but what I'm saying is, I believe, so don't quote me. I believe it's more notable for its fight against worms for dogs, but I might be wrong. But that's just what I believe, that is more known for that. But there's a wiki on that. You dig? That explains like all the functions of the wiki is good because it explains all the functions that it was used for humans, animals, all that in that article.
Well, use is one thing, effectiveness is another. So, I mean, I'm sure they tried other type of dung in women before they went to the crocodile dung because it was effective. So I'm sure beetle dung or
crocodile dung,
bull dung. But my point is, like, I'm sure they tried some shit and failed, but just because they tried it,
yeah, serendipity. Like these guys don't have electron microscopes.
Facts.
Yeah, these guys, but it's okay because that serendipity was better than what the neighbors were doing. Just laying around dying,
Yeah. But that's why I can excuse them back then. But now in the 21st century, I think they got better stuff for people.
Yo,
I'm just saying, I could be wrong. I'm willing to be wrong, but I just
Rockman, I think it was Rockman. He said that technology then is as good and better than ours now. He said they were using flying objects way back then. Right, I'm done. They were flying way back then.
He meant they was fly way back then.
Flying a kite, that's about it.
I cannot. Anybody watch that Salt and Pepper movie?
No. I didn't know they had one.
Yeah, they had a the biopic that just came out. But they cut Spinderella out of it.
Why?
Wow. Which one? Wasn't there two?
Huh?
Wasn't there two, like an original Spinderella and then like the later on the cuter Cinderella?
No.
Or Spinderella? No?
No.
I thought she was there from the beginning.
Yeah, she was.
Okay.
But I don't know.
Wow.
It's the whole. I haven't looked into why they cut her out. I guess the explanation was she was just the DJ. She wasn't part of the group. But social media has been up in an uproar about it because she felt some type of Spinderella. I guess she said something on Twitter about being cut out. And motherfuckers been dragging Salt and Pepper, and they said it was trash. I ain't watched it. I ain't got no interest in watching it. But
wow.
I was trying to see if somebody else watched it.
I think that's petty because you can put all these other people in a biopic movie. Like you see Whitney and they bring up all these side people. Or Bobby Brown's or the New Edition. They bring up all these side people.
Well,
Spinderella was directly in the shit though.
Like somebody played her, but they just didn't like narrate her role. Like they treated her like a support. Like it wasn't focused around her, and the person who played her never reached out to her for, you know, any input on how to play her. You know, she just wasn't a part of the process at all.
Are we reaching, or is this like a legitimate concern? 'Cause I know how like Twitter and online people can just get in that fake outrage and want to just be upset and angry about any and everything. I always thought she was a contributing member, so I can understand their point, but
well, I mean, when I think about like publicity wise back in the day, I mean, she was a part of that. Like,
I thought so.
It wasn't like she was just a background DJ that nobody never knew. Like, no, at one point they were saying that the N Salt N Pepper N stood for Spinderella. Like they tried to make it a whole thing. Like she was a part of the group. So to now be like, oh, she was just the DJ, she wasn't part of the group. It got to be a little something to that. Not to mention, quiet as it's kept, the folks are saying she the only one that's still booked and busy. But yeah, I was just wondering if anybody's seen it because I refuse to watch it. I've seen them on reality TV, and I just don't like their personality. So I won't. I'm Salt and Pepper. So I won't watch shit else about them.
Yeah, it's kind of hard for me to watch rappers. I think the only rapper I'd be interested to watch something about is Eazy-E. That's about it. Nobody else.
Dang. Somebody must have told you look like Eazy-E back in the day.
Nah, but that's my favorite rapper. Like in my latter portion of high school.
Oh, okay.
And plus, like his story, the beef with Dr. Dre, like I would love to like just get that from an Eazy-E perspective.
Man, I'm looking at this video with a man. It got Salt and Pepper, Spinderella all up in it. Looking at the covers of the album, Spinderella all up in it. These niggas, they just hate me. That's why I don't see regular DJs on the album cover like that.
Yeah, that's like I remember her being very much a part. Not no hell. She even had.
She looks like the cutest one.
Mm-hmm.
Now I get it.
Yeah,
I get it now.
You know how it is. Like yo, see now you starting trouble. Yo, what the hell happened to the dark skinned chick in 3LW? What happened to her?
Oh shit! She got on power and blew the fuck up.
Hello.
Try to keep their promises.
Yeah, I love 3LW. I'm like, but where the dark skinned chick at? Where's she at? Gone.
Yeah, that was fucked up.
The whole group was trash, to be honest. I mean, if we just gonna be the whole group was trash. They the group that should have never been. Shit.
Weren't they in it because one of them was related to somebody in the game? Like the girl with the lisp, I thought like she had a.
Oh yeah. It was something with her because like she's like the main feature. Her parents got her in. There's something with her parents that got her in the business, but that's unfortunate because she had really no talent.
Right.
Oh, none at all.
She could have worked into it because I think that was the bio on Beyonce. Like all the other girls were singing better than her and dancing better than her, and then they switched it around. But I felt like Beyonce just grind and put it.
Wait, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say I was around when that No video came out. When that No video came out, like all eyes were on Beyonce and nobody else. I'm telling you.
Right.
We like who that?
Right. The same thing with 3LW, but I'm talking about if you look at them dancing and stuff.
Yeah,
how they were dancing. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say now I'm not gonna lie. When Destiny's Child first came out, and then they was hyping up their whole story, how their dad managed them, and it was a whole story behind them. So I was really involved in watching they little specials and shit. And Kelly always had the better voice. Facts. But I will agree that over time, Beyonce's voice trumped Kelly's because she worked at it harder. Now, I think she was gonna be the center from the very beginning because her dad was doing this because it was his dream, you know.
Right.
So it was focused around Beyonce. But when they came out, Beyonce wasn't necessarily the strongest singer. I do think she was the most comfortable with the attention, though. So I don't think Kelly was a better dancer or any of the other girls, really.
Yeah,
I think
like none of them
Beyonce,
could really dance, but people like LaToya Luckett because they felt like she was the realest out of them. And
yeah,
then there
and
was the other one, like
The dark one.
she had a
You're right.
more black girl, the girl next door for a black girl. LaToya Luckett fit more into that kind of, you know, really pretty, but in a very
basic way,
normal way, you know, in a really normal way.
What do you think used to say? A plain Jane. What they fuck? I can't remember. These females used to roast because my girl wasn't always out there, so they used to always try to throw those little pop shots at her because she had a class to her. She can get up if she needs to, but she wasn't just thoughtish. And so they try to like, she ain't wearing all that makeup. She ain't doing this. Oh, she's just a plain Jane. Like, oh, okay, right on. I hear you.
Yeah, that's all right. Shit. It's
For
all
sure.
right. Mind your fucking business. God,
For real. I'm like, you had a better chance fucking with me. Now you gonna try to shit on my. Oh no, you done fucked up now. You done fucked it all the way up. That ain't it, Chief. That ain't how you fuck with me. Nah, don't try to. Nah, I'm fucked up. At least when I was younger. But yeah, that's funny. They would shit on what they would consider the girl next door because you have to be the light skin, long hair, long legs, and all that stuff. Which Beyonce did fit the profile. But I feel she worked at it, and she earned it eventually.
I found the Umar video. All right, I found it. Now watch. Now it's I'm paying like maybe 3 minutes of it. I want you to see how he start off. So Akachi was straight capping. He starts off with what he believes is the reason for, or what he believes, what people call ADHD. He tells you what he believes it is. Okay. Watch this. And it's nothing else. He's consistent on what it is and nothing else. Watch this.
That's why we're building the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. That's why we're building. Stop it with this ADHD crap. Stop.
So that's clear. We got the context. ADHD. Stop it. It's bullshit, right? Okay.
That's right here.
Stop looking for excuses not to teach your children discipline. Stop looking for excuses. He needs his father. He don't need no drugs. He needs his father. He don't need no dope. He needs some attention from his parents. He don't need no dope, brothers and sisters. That's why we're building the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. That's
now I'll play the rest, right? So you could get the full. I mean, I can play everything, but just on that right there, he made it clear: discipline, parents, father, ADHD. If you get some discipline at your house, right? If you get a dad, parents involved, and a father, there's no such thing as ADHD. That was his dots he was connecting. All right, nothing else was there. Not no. They didn't get enough sleep. The thing we heard from the other doctors. That's not his concern. So those other doctors that don't believe ADHD is real, they would call this dude a quack. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? You dig? They'll call him a quack. All right, I'll finish a little more.
That's why we're building the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy, brothers and sisters.
By the way, this is December 17, 2020. So it's new, not old.
Shout out to all my true Dr. Umar supporters out there. Shout out to all my true Dr. Umar supporters who've been holding me down through the years. I appreciate y'all. So many fake ones out there, you can't tell the real ones. So many fake ones out there, you can't tell the real. So for those of y'all who really hold me down, the youth, the college students, the elders, the brothers, the sisters, conscious folk, regular folk, Christians, Muslims, Hebrews, Moors, Pan-Africanists, Socialists, Integrationists who hold me down. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all, brothers and sisters. I appreciate y'all. Somebody said, why don't he follow anybody on social network?
All right, so I just want to play the rest of it so you can see where it's going. So he told you exactly what he said. ADHD is simply no discipline at home and definitely no dad at home. If you get disciplined and get a dad, ADHD is gone. Okay.
And then he said that's why we build in the Frederick Douglass School.
Right.
So if daddy's gonna be at the school, or
now the school is the dad. The school is daddy.
or is he the daddy? I'm confused.
Is he a daddy? Oh yeah. All right, man.
Nigga, if you want some kids, just say that.
Right. Is he the daddy? Yeah, I'm Omar, man. I didn't want to drag this one out. I just wanted to show how he consistently says ADHD, no father at home. That's it. Nothing else. So just I stumbled across the video by mistake. This is just just more evidence to support my belief. And I believe my man believes that if you have two parents at home who are willing to discipline a child, no ADHD. It's gone. It's fake. It doesn't exist. No drugs. No drugs. And he's supposed to be a clinical psychologist of a school. So that means he's seen the worst. Like, first of all, Amber, my brother's a cop in my city, and they have him in the schools. He'll tell you, man, how bad these little kids are. And he ain't no damn school psychologist. He's just a cop in the school. He'll tell you how bad they are. I mean, they're horrible in elementary, middle school.
I've always involved parents, so I fucking know. Shit. Yeah, these kids is fucking horrible. Horrible.
And
now,
the thing
I
is,
do agree. A lot of problem lies in the home with the parents, but not all of this shit is because of parents. But a lot of it is a lack of discipline. It's a lack of care. It's a lack of consistency on part of the parents. I can agree with that, but I'm not going to say that ADHD is, ain't no daddy in the home. No, that's not what that is.
Yeah, no, this is a real issue. We read it, but I don't need to read it. I've seen it. I see it's a real issue. Oh, guess what, Amber? This report saying people with schizophrenia are at high risk of severe COVID-19 complications. That's right. People who are diagnosed as schizophrenia has a higher risk of developing a severe case of COVID-19.
Oh wow.
Yep.
Now Cyrus said in the chat that he contradicting himself because the nigga on child support. Say what? You mean to tell me that's a daddy that ain't in the home?
Well, okay, it makes sense then, because now he's saying if I was maybe my child acting wild, if I was there, you dig? If you let me back in his life, he'll be good.
Please. I guess. Sometimes the daddy being in the home is the problem. Sometimes the mama being in the home is the fucking problem. Like, don't nobody want to talk about that though.
Nah, that's allergy.
Mm-hmm.
That would be considered allergy at that point. Yeah, but now these issues are. Oh, so I was gonna say this, Amber. So look what we do. We act like we don't have any mental issues. Now it's all fake. Government trying to kill us, put us on drugs. It's over. But when Tim shoot up at school, and they say, well, actually, he has a social ill, a mental illness, and his time is like reduced, and he's in custody of something else that's outside, that's not a prison. We get mad. Well, no, you shouldn't get mad because they're the ones who believe that these things exist. You don't. So yours gonna do hard time.
Hard time and be all fucked up in there too.
Right.
Because they mentally ill and can't cope. Shit. But I'm not gonna lie. Hell, the little time I was in jail, it was so many motherfuckers. Most of the fucking pod had to do pill calls. Like, everybody in there damn near. It was very few people. I was the only one in my cell. It was 3 of us. I was the only one in my cell. They didn't have to take meds. Both of my other bunkies, and they was black, they had to get up for med, when it was pill call. I'm like, shit.
So I had I posted a couple of links in the Facebook group. So this is what we mean by, not hiding anything. So all my talking points, all my rebuttals, all my arguments, I actually, except for ivermectin, because nobody really know about that. But the more popular things I put in the group, so you can see in advance what I'm going to talk about, what I'm going to say, my rebuttals. See, I could put it all in front of you and say, try. You might know what I'm going to say, but it's still going to land a big blow. But these guys refuse to share like what they've been reading, the research, and things like that.
I did see that. I'm starting to see that the post on my timeline.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what I did differently.
Maybe it just wasn't nobody posting like that, or I might not be on Facebook frequently enough to see when they post.
Yeah, you might be right.
But I seen I guess it was Chief X said something and Rujawa was responding. I didn't go look at the actual post. I just seen it on my news feed. I was like, oh, I was just talking shit the other day. It's there now though. Yeah.
So
it's definitely a thing though. Shit.
So did you hear about the planet pipe bombs that was around Capitol Hill when they stormed the Capitol?
I heard about them having pipe bombs, but they actually planted some around. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
They actually planted some around the Capitol?
Wait. Yeah. They found them. I was watching that. Yeah, they discovered some of those things today. Pipe bombs.
Why are you coming in here looking like a fucking Lockheed Tupac? The
fuck? Lockheed. Yeah. Did anybody win that lottery? That $1 billion pot?
No, I actually played the lotto the other day. I was gonna buy a ticket tonight, but I ain't feel like loading. I'll do it on the app. I'll take this. But I ain't feel like doing all of that. So I was like, fuck it. But I had played for Wednesday night's Powerball. It wasn't no damn $1 billion though. But I was so fucking mad because I bought 2 tickets and I played 4 games on each. One ticket I ain't do shit. The other one I ain't do shit either. But I was mad because on every ticket in the app it highlight like a winning number from your picks. On every line I had a winning number. So if I would have put them winning numbers on the fucking different ticket. I was like, I don't want to see this shit. I don't want to see this shit. Don't show me that I owe you. This was a winning number. That was a winning number. Can I get them all on one ticket though? Shit. Yeah, I was a little depressed. I was like, but I only spent $8. It wasn't a big deal. Well, on that one, I spent 16 total, but I'm like, oh well. I had to call unemployment today though. These people is roof. They making my fucking nerves bad.
No, it worse, man.
Man, they done had my shit pending so long, and I've been sent them the information, and I'm like, what the fuck? Then the deadline was supposed to be the 26th. I waited patiently. I waited to today to call, and she's like, "Oh, I'm gonna send a referral because I don't know why this is not done yet. I'm so sorry about this. Maybe by next Friday, if they haven't did anything different, call back for fucking what? Is you gonna let me speak to one of these experts that make the decision? Like, fuck here. Shit. I'm holding up my goddamn coins. Have you heard anything about the did they actually draft the legislation for the $3,600 child tax credit?
From who?
They supposed to be Biden was supposed to be trying to increase some of the tax credits for this tax season.
Is that part of the his COVID bill release? His COVID relief bill?
I think that was separate.
Okay, so that's like a standalone bill.
Yeah, I think that was separate. They might wrap it into it, but I think it was intended to be a separate thing now.
Yeah, the tax thing, like I pay taxes, like I never get money back, so
You sound like my sister. How old are you? Shit, I told her she need to get married, so at least she can be married, filing jointly, or separately. Shit,
Hey, they go Fitz in there, peace, Fitz. Yeah, so say that again.
Oh, I was talking to my.
So my channel, because it said a week, penalized for a week, so I should be up and running tomorrow. We'll see.
Oh, child. Kids. You said your channel should be up and running tomorrow?
Yeah, because they said just a week. That's a whole week. I'm going by it today.
Can you resend a complaint? Can't you resend a complaint?
I don't know anything about that. Like these could be masters at that. I don't know much about that.
Oh, okay. Watcher said, did anyone receive their second stimulus? I did.
Yeah.
The whole time my son dad claimed he ain't got it. I hope the fuck not. Shit. I need some of that. Well, IDK. What else is new in the conscious community?
Well, the talks has been in Capitol Hill. It has been the things Biden been doing, saying and doing, the things he's been signing into, like, I guess, law or whatever. So it has brought about a small outrage.
Oh, what they outraged about now?
So let me see if I think he was. I know he did a lot of. Oh, okay. He was talking about like he says, time to now talk about systemic racism.
And who's outraged? We not talking about black people outraged.
No, of course not.
Okay.
But black folks for the most part voted for Biden. So, but like, of course, you got some few ones out there on social media, in my opinion, just trying to get attention. Hey, look at me, I'm controversial.
Absolutely. It's always a few that want attention. They want to be, want to go against the grain. But I mean, I guess you see what they got them motherfuckers. I seen a few, and they made sure to highlight it's a few black or what could be perceived as black faces in that MAGA crew that got wrapped up on Capitol Hill, and they making sure to make that shit public. Yeah, you niggas was with us too.
All right. Oh, that's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Watch it talk about facts. Look at me, I'm different. Yeah, different as fuck in a not so good way. Retarded ass.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I don't think I'm supposed to use that word. It's not appropriate.
What's the new terminology for that? I forgot what these.
Challenged.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. But mentally challenged. But mentally challenged ass don't just have the same ring to it. Yeah, it don't roll off the tongue the same.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah.
And plus, it's nice. It's nice. It's nice to say. It's politically correct. You don't offend anybody.
Mm-hmm. So was you on that wave with Dogecoin?
Who?
The crypto?
What about it?
Dogecoin. It had a real good high, like not yesterday, but the day, was it yesterday? Might have been yesterday. No, I think it was the day before. The day before it had like a real good high. So a lot of people, if you was already in, you was good. But some people who caught it like early in the day, they was able to make them a quick little buck depending on how much. But it was showing returns of like 130%. I think it got up to like 230% in a day. So you could doubled your fucking money, tripled damn near in a day. I ain't gonna lie, I had checked my Robinhood. I checked it like that morning, and I ain't really invested a whole lot, so it's been slow creeping. So when I logged in, it was like 109. I'm like, oh, okay, something moving, because prior to that, the day before, it was like at $89. I'm like, oh, something doing something. Okay. I wasn't really paying attention to what it was, though. I was on and off the phone all day. I wasn't really on social media, so I logged into Facebook, and I seen people talking about it. I'm like, oh, let me go see if that's what that was. By the time I logged back in, my portfolio was at like 196. I'm like, whoa, what the fuck? What's going on here? So then I go to look at that, and that's where all my gains was. So as I was watching it climb 250, 260. I'm like, whoa, like this shit is crazy. Now it has leveled out some, but I went on ahead when it dropped some, I bought some more, and I'ma just hold it, which I was holding it anyway. But a lot of people, they jumped in, made them a quick little buck, because I only invested $10 in that stock. So to earn $100 on it, and maybe it's been a little over a month. Shit, that's a come up for me. Hey, yeah. It's been performing pretty well though. Oh nah, nigga. Good night. You ain't finna fall asleep on my ass.
Yeah, I tell you, I got the new early 4:50, 4:30 a.m. You know, so my time is jacked up, man. So I get sleepy around 10, 11, and after that, I'm just forcing it. So like now, I'm trying my best to fight it, but I'm losing the battle. So tomorrow we'll go in, you know, a little earlier though. I'm definitely going earlier in the afternoon sometime, late afternoon, 4, 5, 6, around that time. Yeah, I'm gonna have some slides. You know, we're gonna talk about some things in particular. Okay,
Well,
so
right.
I'm definitely about to like to
Ain't
dive.
none of, also ain't none of my regulars in the chat for me to do my Love After Dark hour.
Yeah. Hopefully the channel. Matter of fact, hold on. Wait, Amber, hold on a second, because we can find out right now if the other channel's up. Hold on, because we can. Oh, let me put it back over here. Let me do this real fast. All right, so now I'm gonna do this.